Hello, guys. Welcome to our millionth episode of Housing Talk.
When is
Today,
the millionth last time?
Oh, I think it was millionth last time. Our 2 millionth episode of Housing Talk. Today we're going to be having the wonderful Noah Saitoshii on. Woo!
Hey!
And Alaura.
Is it my cue? I get to say hello? Hi. Hello.
Hi.
And yeah, we're just going to be kind of doing a deep dive with Noah on his DJ, housing, and content creator journey, and seeing all of his builds from his very first one, which we are here now, up to his most current projects. So yeah, I'm just going to post the link to our, or not the link, but the address to our first build. It's over here on NA Crystal, Mateus, Mist, Ward 16, apartment number 2, room 42. So yeah, if you guys would like to come over with us, you guys are all more than welcome to swing on by. There's the address there.
Whoa.
And yeah, we're just going to be boxing Noah while he tells us a bit about who Noah Saitoshii is. So who are you, Noah?
Yeah, 1 second. Just sending out the going live notification. Damn, you guys really like rock it out the gate. Like it's it's go time. You start and you just like boom. I'm always kind of like fumbling around a little bit at the beginning of the stream, and like I'm like, oh, I gotta get the going live notification going out, and like post to Twitter, and like
we've got them all fully set up at all times. Yeah.
Damn.
Like I said,
you guys are like on top of it. I love it.
Yeah.
This is such a cool moment because like, you know, I mean, I've been streaming for the last 3.5, almost 4 years now, or something like that, and you know, I mean, you guys have actually been on my stream a couple of times, and this is such a cool experience, kind of letting you guys take the lead, and I'm just along for the ride, man. Tell me what you want me to talk about.
Hell
yeah. Hi everyone. Well, what do you want me to tell them?
Just kind of tell them like what's like how you started in the game, and then kind of evolving to like what you've become up to this current point. Just like a general synopsis.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What has he
Evolution.
become?
What have I become?
Oh no! He's become more powerful than all of us can imagine.
He's become a rabbit.
Yeah.
Oh boy, be careful. Well,
hey, I said no limits on this stream, right? So you can pretty much say whatever.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Well, okay. So in the beginning, man create. You know, let's think here.
Noah created.
Yeah.
Noah created.
This arc, and then you know, like the big boat, and then, no. So I got into Final Fantasy in the pandemic. Sort of like, I guess. Well, there's like a long version of this, but the TLDR version is that I have always wanted to do kind of something creative with my life. I've been a creative since I was a kid. You know, I was that person who always used to build tons of Legos and stuff when I was like really little. And I do actually think that some of this like is the reason that I gravitate so strongly to things like housing and it kind of being like a 3D space. So anyway, so to say, I've done like arts and creative things pretty much my entire life, like since childhood. I studied graphic design when I was in college, and I practiced it professionally for 7 years, leading pretty much all the way up to the pandemic. And then right before the pandemic, I actually decided that I kind of wanted to break away from the corporate life and go and kind of Hail Mary move it to like try to do a bit more of like an artist career. And so I made a very bold decision to save a bunch of money, quit my day job, and then move to Bali, like across the world. I'm from California in the United States, and I decided to hightail it over to Bali. I was gonna move there for 6 months and kind of get my like artist career off the ground, just like shake things up. Of course, this was in January of 2020. Alas.
That's a bad idea.
I mean, you know, but we didn't know, right? So I was like, oh my God, new, you know, like 2020, new year, new me, like new decade. Oh, hell yeah. It's going to be amazing. And so I moved out there and I made it 3 months, and then the whole world shut down in March of 2020 because of the pandemic. And at this time, mind you, I had no idea. Streaming is not on my radar at all.
Yeah.
Neither is Final Fantasy. I'd never played Final Fantasy 14. Actually, okay, that's not completely true. Technically, my friend told me to try the free trial like way, way, way long ago, before it was like unlimited and everything. So it was like when it was like the 2-week free trial or something. So I technically did that. This is relevant. It'll come back in. So,
Okay.
I moved back home during the pandemic, and we're all stuck. And then a friend from high school hits me up and is like, "Hey, like we're in the pandemic. It's all shut down. So you want to just try this Final Fantasy thing, right?" I'm like, "Oh, sure." Like, I mean, it's not really doing much. So I got into Final Fantasy, not knowing about housing, not knowing about the nightlife scene, not knowing about really streaming or anything. But it just seemed like a fun thing to try out. It was free by this time now in the pandemic, right? There's the free trial and stuff. So we're gonna try it, or we're gonna give that a go. At the same time, since I had been already doing the artist move thing, I had moved back home, and while I was playing Final Fantasy for fun, this is like maybe in the first, 6 months of the pandemic or so. I am completely separately playing Final Fantasy for fun, and then also still kind of working on learning music production, and kind of like when I was in Bali, I was kind of doing the music side that people know me for, the DJing. I wasn't touring and DJing, but I was learning how to DJ. I was trying to network with like artists and stuff, learning music production. I really thought that like I was gonna, like artist career-wise, gonna make a move to the music scene, the IRL-focused music scene first. So I kind of saw them as totally separate things. And then, fast forward though, I keep playing Final Fantasy, and eventually I learn about the player housing system, and as a creative, I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool. And sort of the TLDR version here is I get into housing, I get more into housing, and I'm like, this is really cool, actually. And then I eventually get a house of my own, and it is a Shirogane plot. We're actually going to go see. We're going to go see it later today.
Nice.
Here.
Yeah.
And through doing housing, I kind of two things. One, there's a piece of my how to say this. When I said that I wanted to do like art thing, I've had this huge kind of overarching world thing I'm building in my head for over a decade now, like way before Final Fantasy and way before the pandemic. But in my brain, this is like music, but it's also like decoration, interior design. It's kind of like a whole world. It's like a whole view. So I thought though that like, okay, well, that sounds really cool and everything, but like, there's no fucking way I can do that IRL. Architecture and all that stuff. That's crazy. That's like tons of money, and like you have to go to architecture school. So I kind of thought that piece of it was going to come way, way, way down the road, like way, 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 a decade later into my artist career. But then when I found housing, I kind of realized that actually I can start kind of in the metaverse building these spaces and inviting people into that world that I had seen in my head. And that's kind of actually originally what I was thinking when it came to like housing, was like, whoa, this is so cool. Like you get to build these spaces and people jump into this world and like all these players like hanging out in these spaces. That's so cool. Like I can actually kind of bring to life a space and an atmosphere in my brain, then invite people into there. And so I was originally building housing kind of from that perspective and exploring the metaverse-y aspect of that. Did not have any idea about the nightlife scene and like the social scene in Final Fantasy yet. Eventually I get the house that I mentioned there, and then I have two neighbors on either side of me. Now, most people know about the neighbor that's on in the large house next to, I got a small house, and there's a mansion next to me and there's a medium next to me. In the mansion is where Rothcast lives, and he moves in at the same time. This is like during the pandemic, before the housing lottery, where housing ward popped open and you literally could just run up to the plot and grab it. It was like a mad dash to just like click on the placard and just like buy whatever house you wanted. It's crazy. Housing savage, they called it. It was wild. It was like 4 a.m. in the morning and everyone's like bum rushed houses. So anyway, we all get our houses. I meet Rothcast at the mansion, and through talking with him, that eventually turns into me building Ichi nightclub, which is the first nightclub build. But the reason I'm actually in nightlife was not actually because of Roth. It was actually the neighbors on the other side of the house. And they actually showed me to my very first nightclub. And I had no idea that was even a thing. But I was talking about how I build houses and stuff. And at one point, one of them, I guess, worked at one of the nightclubs. And they said, hey, you should come check this out. We're going to go to a nightclub tonight. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, like I work at this nightclub and you should come check it out. You know, I'm a dancer there. And I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. So I went out and checked it out. And to be honest, that very first nightclub wasn't super impressive. I don't even remember the name. But it was like, that's pretty neat, you know, that this thing even exists. But then it was enough, though, definitely to be like, whoa, this is really cool. And so then I kept wanting to go check out more places. And I think it was the second club I went to, was a place called the Alley Cat nightclub. And it was like the club, like really, really cool. It was this big, like sort of industrial factory looking rave hall thing that they had built. It was epic. It was amazing, and it was like the club too at the time during the pandemic. And that one though really was, I think, the big thing that kind of like really opened my mind to this idea of like, wait, this is a real thing, you know? I mean, because it was packed. The first club I went to, there was like not that many people there. This one was like packed. People lining up out the door down the block, like waiting in line as if it was a real club. And I think, yeah, it was crazy. And so because of that, that was really the big, I think that kind of moment, finding the housing scene and kind of being in the pandemic, you know, like all these pieces that I just talked about, it all just kind of started clicking. Oh, final piece here. So we're maybe like, well, okay, first of all, these all click into place. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can build out a venue space to like show my music and like perform maybe and like, you know, build this metaverse space, build this Saitoshii, build this like kind of world that I see. But I didn't really have like a house, and I didn't really know anyone in the nightlife scene at the time. So first things first is like I end up building Ichi for Roth, which again we'll kind of see. I'll weave this back in a little bit later.
Right.
But yeah, then I build my first nightclub, Ichi nightclub. We launched that, and you know, I didn't actually DJ at the time though. I didn't stream. I didn't DJ. In fact, I wasn't even Noah yet. I was my main character, Warrior of Light, Seraphina Frost, for like the first year in the nightlife scene. And yeah, then during kind of that first year that I'm, you know, running Ichi with them, I'm, of course, now we're in the nightlife scene, so I'm watching the streamers like Roth stream, and I'm watching some of the other DJs. These are really early on in the scene, DJs streaming on Twitch. And then my friend is also a completely separate, unrelated, non-nightlife friend, was also showing me things like HoloLive, like VTubers.
Oh, yeah.
And kind of the other sides of gaming and streaming and these other things. And this was, I think, like the final little, like, you know, piece of the puzzle that kind of like clicked in. And I was watching all these streams and these VTubers especially, and I was looking at all like, oh my gosh, they have all these graphics and all these like cool overlays, these animations, these things. And I have a graphic design background. So then all of a sudden, aha! Wait, I can put all of this together. I can build the spaces from using housing. I can host events. I can DJ in them. I can bring in the music aspect. I could eventually show my own, you know, music productions. I can use all my graphic design, you know, talents and skills to make my own logos and branding and brochures and flyers and you know, and then also, I guess a piece I never talked about was, in college, one of the things I was most happy about and proud of is that I was a very active member in a big social club. And it was like the Chinese Students Association, and we hosted all these like hangout events. It wasn't just for Chinese people, it was for anybody. But like big hangout thing, and it was all about making this social spaces or throwing events basically for, you know, fellow students, and then hosting events for them. We had parties and we had banquets and we had, you know, this whole thing. And so, you know, that was the community building aspect. It's like, I could even bring this in, you know, I can build a Discord community, I can build a stream community, and like, you know, throw events for people in our metaverse spaces. So, you know, like I there was this big oh my gosh moment. I think it was, near sort of near the end, middle to the end of 2021, right? That I think I really just came to this idea of like, if I started streaming and I also have start building my own club spaces and everything, I can really bring like everything together, like all the different things that I've been doing all this time and that I'm most passionate about all together. And so then what is that? Like February, I think it was 2022, I want to say. I started streaming, and March I opened my first nightclub, and yeah.
And that's all she wrote, right?
That's all she wrote. And then fast forward 3+ years, and here I am.
Woo.
So,
wow.
Yeah.
That's an amazing journey, and it's so cool for everyone to finally hear the whole evolution of how you came to be, because I think a lot of times when people kind of see you now, they're like, oh my god, like, he must have been like amazing since the start, right? But it's really cool to see your whole journey throughout all of that and how like everything just kind of fell into place and everything happens for a reason, right? And
Yeah.
no, it's really cool to see. Like Teague was saying, always an icon and a legend. Yes.
I do have one question though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
sure.
So the dancer you met, how was her dancing?
It was okay. It was
Oh my God.
interesting. She wasn't what you might be thinking too, like or maybe.
Yeah, we'll
maybe
put him
she
on the
was.
spot.
Oh, they were just. Yeah.
You didn't pay enough gil for that.
Oh
Just kidding.
Oh,
Sorry. I'm just kidding.
well, I actually think the funniest thing ever is I've never had someone tell such like a true, genuine history of themselves while others were surrounding him, boxing him, like trying to take him out. So like,
He's
this
used
is
to
definitely
it.
a first in Eorzea. Wow. You've seen it
First for
here
your
first.
stream, but I mean, this is just
A
every
regular.
other day in my housing stream, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just regular.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah.
So again, and
yeah,
really
go
quick
ahead.
too. I mean, yeah. So for those of you who are maybe just joining in, if you don't know too, so again, I mentioned that I've been streaming for the last 3 years, and so I do. Some of you might be joining and only know me from the DJ side, but up until very recently, I always was streaming both DJ and music related streams, but then also doing like housing and creative hangout streams. Only really just in the last maybe 6 months or so, I kind of have pulled back a little bit from that housing side just to be able to focus on a couple of getting some initiatives around the DJ side, and even kind of just like building some other areas of myself and my kind of content creation. But throughout a lot of the housing streams, Alaura and ISO have been big supporters. Alaura was like one of my earliest supporters, like literally I think like the very first housing stream I ever did, I think Alaura was there. And so we've spent a lot of time together doing housing stuff and hanging out, going on tours. And them punching my knees out is pretty
Yeah.
it's pretty
Just came
par for the
with
course,
it,
to be
right?
honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it just
mean,
evolved naturally.
It's fun.
Yeah, no, I'm having a great time. Look at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's not even
I'm
phased at
He's not
this
even
point.
phased.
He's just dancing like
His-
normal.
Yeah.
His legs are of
Nice little
steel.
free
Yeah.
massage, you know?
Pretty
Like, oh, my
much.
legs are a little sore anyway.
Yeah.
It's hard work dancing behind the DJ booth.
Yeah.
You know? So this is a free massage right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm here for it.
That and all those calories you're burning by doing those steps, it's like you're doing jazzercise or something. Or whatever they
That's
call
right.
it.
But yeah, I guess we can kind of
gotta
move
speak
into our first build here. This is actually Noah's very first design that he ever built in the game. So yeah,
Yes.
if you guys are available, come on by to Crystal Mateus, Mist Ward 16, apartment subdivision, room 42. Yeah, let's just head on inside, guys.
It's
And
pinned in
put-
the Twitch chat if you need it.
Yeah, punched out Noah's Jin's with us. Yeah.
Oh, someone else came. I'm not sure who that. Oh my God, a couple of people came. I'm not sure who they
Who is
were,
this?
but I will.
Oh yeah, it's a bunch of my staff members. Well, we got
Nice.
Noko, of course, fellow housing designer and streamer here.
Yes.
This is Aurora, and Sparkle Pony, and Jiggy, Nanavun.
Okay.
It's, 3 of my amazing staff from our Saitoshii team.
They sound
helping me run the
familiar,
venues.
yeah. I'm kidding,
Heck
guys.
yeah.
I know who you are. Oh, wow. Here they are. Sparkle.
Yeah, people come join us.
Aurora.
Here we go.
Right,
Milko.
I'm gonna run
Or-
up Noah's tab this time.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh, I'm so used to like
Nice.
since I'm on stream, like to be like angling the camera for like an optimal view, and I'm like, oh my gosh, wait, I'm not in control of the camera today.
Dun,
This is
dun,
crazy.
dun.
Yeah.
Control.
We wildin'. Okay, oh my gosh. Here, I'm gonna go slink behind the bar here.
Yeah. I actually plan to have us start inside and have you behind the bar anyway, so this is perfect.
Oh,
Sweet.
awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, like tell us a bit about this one. This was one on your original character, Seraphina Frost, correct? What kind of inspired you to make this very first edition of your housing?
Beer. Look at all that. Just kidding.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's part of it. So this is the Answer Bar and Tap Room. Reason it's called the Answer is because it's room 42. And if anyone's watched and or read The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, then you know that the answer to life, the universe, and everything is 42. Just
I had to read.
fun lore fact there for you guys of why it's called that.
Yes.
So
Okay.
how did this come to be? So this, yes, this is my very first build ever. I will say this is not the very first thing I ever built though, but it is the very first like finished build that I ever debuted. So technically speaking, so this apartment is the very first thing I ever acquired in housing. Like it's the first space that I ever got, and I've never like switched it out ever since.
Aw.
The very first thing I tried to build in here, though, was like a sort of like Zen sauna bathhouse thing. So I
Right.
just was like, oh, this sounds like so nice. We can like relax in here. Partially because I had seen people with like the hot tubs and stuff kind of like looking out at sunset at their houses and things like that. I'm like, that's so cool. That seems so relaxing and nice. And this is during the pandemic when everyone's kind of just like chilling, you know, locked in. And so you need something to zen out, right? But
Zen
then-
out. That's a good
Exactly.
hashtag. Oh wait, okay, did we tell you about that actually? Let's get this out of the way real quick. So for
Go
every
for it.
housing designer who we've had on Housing Talk, we've
Yeah.
made a special custom redeem for them, like a permanent redeem on our channel, just to remember them that they were on the show. So if we can think of something between the three of us that's like really funny or something that means a lot to you, we can make that one of our hashtags for you.
Ooh.
Yeah, like there you go.
okay.
Zara saying Happy Pixie Perfect Day. That was for Liara. And
my
we'll
God,
like
thank
tag like your socials into the redeem as well. So at any point, anyone can like find who you are and stuff when they use it. So yeah.
That's so smart. That's a really good idea. I love it. All right. Well, yeah, we're gonna meme all over the stream.
Yes.
We're gonna come up with something
Yes.
amazing.
But yeah, continue about your explanation about the place after zenning out.
Zen
Yeah.
out.
So I was building the bathhouse and stuff, and kind of like going for like a very Japan-y kind of architecture looking thing. When I was first getting into housing, I very much was. I'm someone who like whenever I'm endeavoring on an art project, I almost always go to like Pinterest / the internet, kind of like going around looking for like inspiration, kind of like seeing what's possible, trying to kind of like get a feel for like what I want to do. So when I first was getting into housing, I of course Googled like Final Fantasy XIV housing, right? And was trying to like find builds. And one of the very first articles that I stumbled upon that really caught my eye was the one that was talking about Nora Rappy's Dome and Dogwood Town, which is this like
Oh
super
wow, that
epic.
was an epic one.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's still epic to this day. I mean, and it's like this amazing like Japanese townscape that's built in a single mansion by a Japanese designer named Nora Rappy or Siesta. Now they go by. They changed their name.
Nora C.
Yeah.
Sistra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, still an amazing designer. Still puts out banger builds.
Yes.
But this was like one of the ones that really put them on the map, I think, and like really like made them famous internationally. Anyway, found the article that was talking about this, and I was like mind blown. Like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. So I think like initially, honestly, I was first like kind of more centered around the idea of doing something in that vein, like trying to kind of like figure out how Nora did that and do the Japanese like kind of looking stuff. I was actually very much building something in a completely different direction than this when I first was building. But then I think over time, I just couldn't get this like kind of like it was like a bathhouse at first, and then it kind of became this like Japanese bar thing, fusion bathhouse bar hangout. I knew I wanted to make like a hangout space, something that was like a social place. But like it just didn't work out. I just couldn't get it working right. I kept running out of item slots. You only get 100 item slots in the apartment, you know, and I think at some point I just kept banging my head against the wall. Like it's just not. I just don't feel like it really works. And at this point, though, you know, I had clocked like many hours, like just like experimenting. This is what I learned, all the floats and all the other, you know, all that kind of stuff. Learning all the glitch techniques and everything. So it was good practice. But then I think, at some point, and I'll be honest, I don't remember the exact, like, what triggered the switch. But generally what triggered the switch was I realized, okay, you know, I think I need to just try something different. Like, I'm trying all these variations on this whole, like, Japanese restaurant-y bathhouse thing. It's just not working. But I kind of like, I knew I wanted the whole bar kind of aesthetic and space.
Right.
So I separately had started having, as I was building that initial thing, that, you know, I had this other idea of like building a kind of modern bar, you know, and there's like a sort of Japanese looking, more feudal looking kind of thing that I was building, but I also had this idea for like a modern thing. And I just thought, okay, well, you know what, why don't I just try completely changing it up and trying that instead. The layout that you kind of see, like everything that you see here, a lot of it is based off a bar that is in like one of the downtown areas, like near where I live, and kind of like one of the bars that my friends and I have gone to a bunch. And so I had like, whereas the Japanese town kind of thing, I kind of, or not town, but like the bar, I didn't really have like a super clear idea of like how I felt like it should go. It was more experimental. This thing, I kind of had like a pretty good idea of like the layout and kind of like the key elements. And it was that idea of like that limitation kind of would like actually be freeing, you know, that like I had like a few key things that I wanted to do with that one. So I changed the whole concept, ripped everything down, and then I built first and foremost the concrete bar wall that you kind of see there. Well, you can't see it.
Well, now we can.
Around, but behind you can. Yeah. There it is. Yeah. So I first was figuring out this whole thing with this kind of big concrete bar wall. This is very much pulling from that bar from the IRL. And it took me a long time to figure out the layering of this and like figuring out like how to get like that metal work kind of all like layering together. I'm honestly still like, this is like not the most novel thing these days, but like I am very proud still of like the metal work along the concrete wall there, and using the little ale taps and stuff kind of flushed into the wall there, and just kind of like how when you're first getting started into housing, learning how to make things seamlessly blend together, where you can't really tell, if you're not into housing, you wouldn't really be able to tell like where one item begins or ends. I was really proud of that, and that was something that I spent a ton of time really kind of honing how I wanted to do that.
I think I just wanted to say, like, I think you should be proud of it, because I pretty much, like, what I see here on our screen, on our first build, you've pretty much adopted those elements into your nightclubs. Like, I can see kind of like little parts that you use.
Yes.
So this is almost like the foundation of all of your future work, and it's just, guys, this tour is going to be absolutely banger. Like, this is Noah from day one to now. So it's all of his personal builds, all of his nightclub builds leading up to the point he is right now, and you can kind of see more and more of what him and I were talking about how it kind of evolves and adopts into his other housing projects, and more to come. This is so cool.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's definitely the order that we were talking, a little bit before we began the stream and in the days leading up to here. And they asked me for a list of all the builds, and so we're mostly going in chronological order. But I also kind of like structured the sort of tour itinerary for today, so that I can kind of, as Ice was just talking about, kind of hopefully also weave together the narrative of how like one build is like leading to the next. because there's very much sort of, things I sort of will pioneer or like figure out in one build definitely evolve and lead to the next couple of builds, and that you'll see a lot of like running thread through a lot of what I do. So I am still very proud of this. I think there is a level of saying like this is one of the most sort of simplistic builds in a way. Obviously, it's one of the very first ones that I ever did. And I think you'll notice like a pretty big jump up as we start to go to some of the other builds past this. But I'm still honestly, I'm really proud of how a lot of this turned out. As I said, there's a lot of elements that kind of end up getting pulled through to other builds that I'll try to point out. So like looking at like, for example, the bar counters here, and we have the ale taps, and we have kind of this like that layering with the back wall there. The idea of like having a big bar and kind of like a very splashy looking wall where all the bottles and stuff would sit. Then if you kind of see to the other side, there's the tables over here. So the tables is still inspired by that IRL bar that I was talking about. But in particular, actually, one of the things that I was really thinking about when I was thinking about the seating here is the bar from How I Met Your Mother and the coffee shop from Friends.
Wow.
So, yeah. So in my brain, like something that is in pretty much every build that you're going to see today, every space, it's always like a social thing.
Right.
It's like, for me, I don't really ever build for like just me or just kind of like someone's like private personal thing. I really am most interested in building social spaces, things that would like people would come into and like hang out and have an experience and want to just chill with their friends. And so like right from the very get-go, I mean that's the whole thing. Like even from the the bathhouse thing to the restaurant idea, then to this bar idea, was I really wanted to build a space that. Okay, I mean it sounds kind of like naive now to say, but like in my brain when I was building,
hindsight's
this, I was like,
20/20
I'm gonna make
though.
this.
So
Yeah, exactly. In my brain, I'm thinking I'm gonna make the coolest fucking bar people have ever seen, and I'm gonna make it just such an awesome space that people are gonna want to come hang out here like all the time. Just like they're just gonna want to come here and role play in here. I had heard that people had done that like with Nora's builds on JP, that like tons of JP designers just like hang out in his builds.
Yep.
I think Div had said that on HGXIV. Quick shout out to the HGXIV. Like when I was building a lot of this stuff, I was listening to a lot of their podcasts. And
they're probably listening right now because Div was on the show a few weeks back, so with Ashen. So yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So like honestly, huge inspirations. All the HGXIV people, Div, Ashen, Rhapsody, Synth, everyone from that whole team. It's just fantastic. Love their streams. Listened to tons of them when I was learning housing. A lot of what they showed is how I know some of the glitches and like what's possible. One of the things that they had talked about was like how people would hang out, on the JP kind of side of things. Mm-hmm. And so I thought I'm gonna do that here, And one of the things that I kept having echo in my brain was this idea of like the thing I want to create is that space where it's like the bar from Friends, or the coffee shop from Friends, and the bar from How I Met Your Mother, which is like a space where people just, like in the show, they always just go back to hanging out at that spot, right? It's like they go do their adventure and then they end up back at the coffee shop, or they start at the coffee shop and they go do their adventure and they come back, right? Mm-hmm. And I really wanted to create a space that was like that for people. Like that's kind of, still to this day, is kind of like the dream of mine, is to make spaces that people just fall in love with and like want to be in all the time, without necessarily there having to even be like an epic thing happening.
And it just speaks true to like exactly who you are, and I'm glad that you're one of the people who are actually realizing this vision, because it's clearly who you are in real life as well. Like you're a very social person, you like to take care of people, you want to make sure it's good and safe for everyone. And so speaking of making more immersive spaces and more social spaces, I mean, why don't we head on to the first club of the night at ET Nightclub, our second build of the tour.
Sure. Yeah.
Let's head on over.
It's my favorite clubbing. Yeah.
Yeah. Where are we going to Shirogane? Is it? Let me see. Yeah, let me post the address right now.
Yes, Shiro.
Right.
Yes.
237.
Just gonna
So-
pin that up.
If you happen to have me on your friends list too, you can actually walk up to my apartment. It's still there.
Oh,
So it's on Crystal Mateus, same server, Shirogane, Ward 22, Plot 37. I just pinned the address in our chat here, so you guys are all more than welcome to follow along with us here.
Yep.
really? Can I?
Well, you're not welcome, but
Oh man, I knew it.
I don't know why you even
Okay.
asked, Alaura.
I don't know either. I don't even know why I'm here.
Yeah, you should be building like you wanted to, so.
Wow. Teague knows, right? Teague.
Also in chat here, hello. I see a lot of, I'm sure Housing Talk regulars and also a lot of regulars from both the my housing streams and the nightlife streams. Hi everyone. Moon Bunny and T, Kit Kat, Sparkle Pony, Amelia, Kitzel, Fee, Rem, Abaddon. Hi everyone. Hi.
You know, I've gotten
Thanks for
better at
coming over.
naming people on stream ever since I've watched so many of yours, naming each individual person. Like, it's like, oh yeah, I know how to do this. I've seen this a bunch of times now.
Yeah. It's good practice, you know. Just, like practice saying different people's names, and then I don't know. I always take it as like a fun thing. One, of course, to just like call out people that I know and like kind of put some names to faces and like get to know who my viewers are. But then also like I find kind of fun, like a challenge when I see a new name and I try to like figure out like how it's probably pronounced or like how you
Try not to say it wrong. You're like, oh shit, don't kill me.
It is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I take it as a little fun challenge,
Yeah.
like try to figure it out. So,
Yeah.
hi everyone. Yay. Yeah, if you guys want to come join us in game, get on over here.
Yeah.
So, I feel like a lot of the spaces, I mean, this is just like housing in general, right? But like,
Right.
yeah, it's definitely better in person. There's a lot that just by you walking through the space, some of the stuff that I'm going to say will probably make even more sense, or like, you can pick up on stuff that we won't even get a chance to talk to.
So was this yard designed by you as well, Noah? Like this front yard?
Yes.
Oh, everything.
Yes,
Wow.
absolutely.
Wow. Look at this.
Yeah, so I think the vast majority of stuff that we're going to see today, I've designed everything inside and outside. I will point out if there is something that is not something by me. So,
Okay. Well, without
but yeah.
further ado, let's head on inside then to.
yeah.
first
Well,
nightclub.
actually, could we show something out here first?
Oh yeah,
really
of course.
quick? So, a little bit of weaving the narrative here too. So I mentioned at the very start of the stream that I got my very first house, and that kind of like spawned this whole thing. So I just want to point out really quick. So if you actually run over here on the side yard, so if we look out here, this house over here on this side that we are now facing as we stand on this wall, that is my house. That is my old house. I don't own it anymore, but that was the very first house that I ever got.
Wow.
Should we throw stuff at it?
Oh my god. Welcome to the neighborhood, suckers.
Let's go.
Just kidding.
So that
Yeah.
this
Almost
is
doing it again.
I don't think Alora's kidding though, so.
What?
So this is the very first house that I got, and then this was this house that Ichi is at. Is actually, it looked exactly pretty much like this, but it was exactly this exterior when Ra first moved in.
Right.
And he even had this fire pit. He was sitting here at this very fire pit, and I left it. That was actually one of the few things in the yard that I did not change when I built the club, was the fire pit, because first of all, it fit, and then also because it's kind of like sentimental. It's like where I first met Roth and where a lot of this whole stuff kind of gets started, was talking around the fire pit here. Fun little like other things, just like some little nods here. So building the yard, wanted to make it a nightclub entrance. It wanted to feel very cool, have like a little grand walkway. That's the little gravel walkway we saw there. But something that I'm very proud of, that I thought was really cool and very different, especially at the time when I did it, was these lanterns on the side of the house.
Ooh.
Which for anyone watching too, this is like no tools of any kind or like third-party plugins of any kind were used during any of my builds. So like everything you're about to see is possible
This is
in the
legit.
base game. Yeah, everything is like possible in the base game. So just in case anyone is like, you can only do that through tools. No, everything that you're about to see across every single one of my builds is built in vanilla. So, it is entirely possible. So clipping these lanterns and stuff into the wall was something that I wanted to do because one of the things we talked about, besides building the actual club inside Ichi, was I had my house here, and then Rolf has his house right there, and he wanted to throw beach parties down here, like along this area. People were doing this a lot during the pandemic. And one of the things, though, was a lot of people were doing the beach parties, and so I thought, well, how can we make sure that our beach parties feel a little extra special? And so then I had the idea of, okay, I'm going to use some of the slots to put those lanterns on the side of the house. And then I even had them, a couple on my house as well, since, I live next door. And so that way, when people were partying down here at the Ichi beach parties, they were surrounded by these festival lights, and then kind of like it would be different. It would come across as looking unique versus just like a random Shirogane beach.
Right.
You'd kind of know.
It's not only a Shirogane beach, it's your Shirogane beach.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It was like our parties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I think that idea of trying to make a visual that really jumps out at you and makes it kind of instantly recognizable at a glance where you are and what space you're in, that's something that's very important to me. And we'll see that again inside the build as well.
All right.
So yeah, wanted to just point that out because that's something that
yes,
is still
it
there.
is very important.
There.
Sorry, I just wanted to segue
no,
in.
good.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to keep us on track and stuff. And that's the thing. If you also need us to chop, we got to go to the next one. That's cool.
I told Alaura to cut us off if she has to. So if she cuts us off, we should move on.
I can't. How can I cut anybody off?
Yeah. I'll try to point out what I can as we go. But if you guys need us to, hurry up and stuff, because we could talk for hours and hours.
Yeah.
Like I have a stream on my YouTube channel that's I think it's 3.5 hours, and it's just Ichi and Prominence, me talking about that.
Yeah.
And so we have 3.5 hours for 10 builds, 11 builds. So we're gonna go a little bit faster.
Yeah, we can get through this. We'll make it work. We'll make it work, guys.
Yeah, there is tons and tons of stuff that I can say about a lot of this stuff. So let's see here. This is Ichi. Well, actually, this is the lobby of Ichi. So
this is where I hang out. The one time I came, I came into the coat closet. That's where I stayed. Too many people.
Yeah. So this is of all the clubs that I've built, this is one that has probably the most built out area that is not the actual nightclub. And so there's this is a full on, lobby space, right? I made an elevator here. We have this kind of upper bar. We have coat check. And so pointing out a couple of fun things here. So in the lobby, I mentioned, outside. So I wanted to be, you walk inside, there was something instantly recognizable. There's the fan on the wall right as you walk in. I mentioned outside there was the fire pit. So the fire pit outside never changed, mostly. That was something that was already there. Another fun thing is I placed every single item that you see in this build except for these otter lanterns. Those were already there, and they just fit already with the theme. So I left them in there.
Nice.
And so I put this little sort of welcoming design. The idea was this is very much especially in this first build, I'm very much trying to channel nightclubs from IRL, trying to get as many aspects of that in as possible. And so here is that photo backdrop wall where you walk up to a nightclub and they have the repeating logo of the nightclub just repeating over and over on this backdrop, and you stand in front of the red carpet thing and you have your photo taken.
Right.
So that's why the pattern there on the back wall is this repeating pattern.
Oh,
and it's
I see
supposed
now.
to be the backdrop. Yeah.
That's a nice touch. Yeah.
That was the idea. Yeah, it was you get welcomed in and it's oh my gosh, in the red carpet, here you go.
Right.
And then on the side here, there's this door. So I know it's just it's just a door, but so a fun little note about this door is originally when I was building this, right, this is not a club that I own. This is built for Rothcast Ichi nightclub. He had an idea about what he wanted to do here. And originally he wanted this to be both a nightclub and a noodle bar because he was doing a lot of role playing and stuff, and he was running this place called the Noble Noodle. I think that's what he was it? I think, or maybe it was called something slightly different than that, but it was something to that effect. He wanted both aspects in this build. And so originally, when I was laying this out, this actually was like a T intersection where you'd go to the right and there'd be the noodle bar, and then they'd go to the left and there'd be the club.
Right.
But then when I was actually building, we ran out of items, and and at some point I told him, look, man, honestly, unless you really, really, really think that the noodle thing is like gonna be what you want to center around, I really want to use all the items I can to build the club itself. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this fake door here to imply that there would be something on the other side. So the noodle bar exists, quote unquote, behind this door, but you're just not supposed to go there during clubbing hours. And so I think that that's something that I talk about a lot in a lot of the different builds that I do, where like and I think this is a really cool thing for housing designers in general is you're very limited by housing items. So something that you can do then is to like imply where there would be a lot more stuff, but then you just don't have access to that.
Well,
right?
not in 7.3, 7.4 apparently. They're doubling the slots or something. I don't know if that's just a rumor or that's legit, but we'll see. I'll have to wait another 10 years just in case, right?
Yeah.
There you go. So maybe eventually the Noble Noodle will exist again. So also shout out to Div's elevator design here. This is from his Garlean build. This is one I cannot claim credit for. I modified Div's little elevator design. Again, I was watching a lot of HGXW when I was doing this. And again, kind of playing to the illusion, I decided to make the stairs to the additional chambers an elevator, because when you walked up to the build outside, it's a gymongous castle. It's like super tall. And I thought it's kind of weird if you walk into a castle, it's like really tall, and you're only on like one floor, and then you go downstairs to the basement. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you like your brain a logical explanation for like it's so tall, and so there's like an elevator that you need to like go upstairs, right? And there's coat check, normal club stuff, and then there's a big bar up here because Rolf said that she still wanted a space for people to roleplay, but no one ever uses that. But it's great. It looks nice. And then you go downstairs and welcome to Ichi Night Club.
Oh my goodness! Look at that guy. Oh. So,
yeah.
It's that wow moment when you turn the corner, as you always say.
Especially with me dancing. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So that is something. What Isa just said is something that I do in a bunch of the club designs that I've had, and something that I spent an inordinate amount of time walking up and down these steps and basically doing what Isa just said there, right? Which is I call it the like turn the corner moment. And so you're supposed to like walk down the steps, turn the corner, flip your camera around, and like look into the club. And I want you to have this like wow factor. Like I want you to be you flip the camera around, and then you get this big shot of the whole club, and you get to have this like oh damn kind of like epic moment. And I think that I don't know. That's something that I love the idea of. This, just a moment where someone can really just take in the whole design, Yeah. So this is Ichi Nightclub. This is the very first nightclub that I built, and this is exactly how I built it. We haven't changed anything in here.
So this is original.
Yes, this is original. It's never been redecorated.
Saitoshii.
Yeah, it's never been redecorated, never been recolored. This is exactly how we debuted it, and honestly, I'm still really proud of this. I feel like it holds up, even to this day, Even with all the new items and the new club tech, so we've never swapped in new items or like anything. And this was, again, built in late 2020, basically, and then debuted early 2021.
So Ichi means first, right?
Correct. So the name Ichi, Ichi means one, actually, in Japanese. And the way that you write Ichi in Japanese is a single horizontal line, which, if you look behind the DJ booth at that big golden light bar, that is one. That's Ichi. That's how you write Ichi.
So all those hanging lanterns in there all make that one Ichi line.
Yep.
Wow.
So when I mentioned that, I love having this kind of like something iconic that you'll be able to recognize in photos, like outside, right, on the beach and everything.
Right.
And so inside here, that was this. I really wanted something behind the DJ booth that really, like when you were taking photos in the club, it was instantly recognizable what club you were in. because that was something that like kind of observing other clubs at the time that I kind of was noticing was like I felt like that, you know, a lot of them kind of could almost like be blended together. Like I couldn't, like a lot of times there wasn't, a lot of them kind of had more of just like a big dance floor with some like greens and some like lights and some things around, but I didn't really get the sense of like something iconic or like a character that like would really latch me into like where I am, you know? And
Right.
I think that when I was building this then, I was like, I really want something that is just extremely instantly recognizable. And like even in photos, if it's just in the background, people will be like, oh shit, that's totally that place. And so then I experimented with a bunch of different kinds of like patterns and designs and stuff. Eventually landed on this light bar. And partially because of like a housing slot limit, I was like, oh shoot, like I don't have the slots to do more than that. But then that's because I actually made the light bar. That's actually when I kind of was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, what if the club was called Ichi, right? And it's like there. It's like it's not just a light bar for show. It also ties in with the name. It's literally how you write it, one in Japanese. And then I also thought of this slogan that is Ichi's slogan, which is one night can change your life. So playing again on the one.
Rem was
Yeah,
asking,
you know.
do the horizontal lines on the sides where the aquariums are play a part with that as well? Like the Ichi thing, the symbolism.
So no, it just visually looks cool. To be honest, I mean, no, of course, it's all
Yeah, of course it
Yeah.
was, yeah.
Was it raining,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. No, like so the little like white bars on this, like the vertical white bars, and then also so there's the white panels next to the golden light bar. That's more of just like creating more texture along the wall there, and then the aquarium's there with the sort of like moving blue lines. That is me trying to emulate what would be LED screens in a real club. And this is, again, mind you, we don't have Phasmoscapes at this time. We don't have, a lot of the like fancier items that we have nowadays. And so at the time, this is how you get like neon futuristic tech, was to clip aquariums into the walls and use like the light diffracting thing to like make kind of like a visualizer. So those aquariums there are meant to be like where they would be displaying all the LED visuals.
That's crazy. That's actually really cool.
Yeah. It all ties together, and
awesome.
that's kind of the brand that I came up with and pitched to Rolf and them. And yeah, honestly, man, I gave Rolf like the best like overall brand and like little concept ever. Like I'd never been able to come up with something that was that cohesive across my other builds. So I peaked already at Ichi, I guess, but and it's all downhill from here. But hey, at least it's still standing, and
And you're still standing. Yay.
Yeah.
Wow. There we go.
You make a good point, because a lot of times when a lot of our viewers who do commissions, a lot of times their owner will tear down the build and get a new one. So the fact that it's still standing here after all these years is a good commendment to yourself and your design.
Yeah. It's almost like a little time capsule too of the club scene as it was, in those early days. And Ichi is not opening regularly anymore, but I think honestly, it outlasted the vast majority of like all other like clubs of that initial like clubbing nightclub scene era. And I know that a lot of people, probably even still, like some of you guys out there seeing this right now, I think it evokes a lot of really nice memories for a lot of people of kind of like them discovering the club scene, and I think that's something that always really, it's just such a nice, I don't know, it like really warms my heart when people have said over the years how much Ichi feels like home to them, or it feels like such a wonderful sense
And
of
that's what you were
nostalgia.
going for this whole time, even up till today. You always talk about how you love just having everyone share these memories together.
Right. Yeah, having a space that comes to have a lot of meaning for people, right? And like a place where they have a lot of memories and great times associated with it. So yeah, I'm very proud and very happy that so many people, Ichi is that for them. And that it's still standing and that we can come see it here. And you can see, so couple like more maybe design notes. Do you want me to talk about
you
a couple
can.
more
I was just
design
going to
things
talk
here?
about these DJ decks. I remember you posting a thing about this.
Yes. So probably the thing that I'm most proud of, apart from the overall like brand concept of Ichi, is the DJ decks here. At the when the nightlife scene was first getting started, there were some people who initially pioneered some of the little ideas of the DJ decks. So, for example, using stools as the sort of the vinyl platters, right, or the deck platters, and then using Kyurgen's Essentials potion bottles, the tops of those as the buttons. Yeah. But I didn't really see people emulating the Pioneer CDJ like club standard system that you see in most actual nightclubs.
Right.
So for anyone who's like interested in this, if you Google like the letters CDJ and you say Pioneer CDJ, and you could even just like look up like club standard or something like that, whatever. Pioneer CDJs should get it. This is the like professional DJ gear that you will see in like 99% of all clubs like around the world. And so I wasn't really seeing anybody emulate that, and that's the kind of gear that I see when I go out like to actual raves and nightclubs. And so I really wanted to figure out how to make the look of that setup that I had seen in clubs into the game. And so that's what I have here, is 2 Pioneer CDJs and then a Nexus 900 mixer in the middle. And so anyone who out there who knows DJ gear, you know what I'm talking about. You could Google that if you want. And it's I really wanted to get that silhouette here, and I'm really proud of how this was then able to come to life. I spent a lot of time experimenting with this, trying to get that silhouette of that iconic kind of DJ gear in here. And also, mind you, we're in the bottom floor of the large, so I can't push up anything from the floor in here. And so I had to figure out something where I could, float things, but like I wasn't able to push up any like bulky things from the floor below. And so, that limits a lot of the items that you can use and a lot of the structural things that you can use. And so that was a big challenge, was like trying to figure out like, how do I make this, how to make this all work and all float together. And so, I honestly, this was like a huge thing. I was just like super proud of. And I did post this to, Housing Twitter and HGXIV, Fashion Discord and everything like that. And so you might see this DJ deck pattern appear in builds around. I know I've definitely seen it in quite a number of different clubs. Some people modify it slightly. And one of the, but you'll kind of see this pattern in a lot of places. I know that a lot of people have used this, which is really cool to see. One of the dead giveaways for me that I always think is kind of funny is that people often put the 3 lanterns that you see in the front here also as part of it, which I did list as being the items in the like build break it down of how to make the DJ decks. But really the 3 lanterns was meant to fit with Ichi. It's meant to be Japanese, right? But I find it funny that like I've seen this DJ deck then show up in like a lot of clubs that have nothing to do with like Asian aesthetic, and the lanterns are still there. So something I always tell people is like, if you're gonna like use the DJ decks, like switch it up a little bit to like fit your club, Yeah.
Well, anyway, that's really awesome and all, but yeah, I think we should move on to the next one. No, I want to at least touch on it because I know that it was a really big deal. So, and a lot of people have kind of adopted your like what you did here as well for their club. So, I wanted you to at least bring that up. So, but yes, we're just gonna move on.
We want to make sure we get to see.
Yeah, we got 11 builds of his and some FC rooms as well. So we want to get a move on.
To point out before we go to the next one, just look at the couches here. So also the couch design here.
Okay.
You'll see it very soon again.
Okay.
So that was something also that like people really liked here, and I really enjoyed doing kind of this like VIP couches like on the sides of the dance floor. Something I've seen in a lot of like IRL clubs, and I really wanted to get it in here, kind of like the layout here. And so me doing the couches and stuff here in particular comes in play later. And then you'll kind of see just the overall like the look of this. There's like a bunch of lights on the sides over here.
Right.
The Asian aesthetic that's in here. I mentioned that I was trying to build that Asian restaurant before I made the very first build we were in. I was experimenting with the whole bathhouse and like Asian restaurant thing. A lot of the stuff that I was trying to build there, and then in sort of some of my earlier builds ends up being here. Like a lot of the experimenting with all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, the Japanese aesthetic. So
Yes.
You saw us slowly inching towards the ramp.
We gotta go. We gotta go. Okay, where to next?
I'm
Where
dying.
to next?
We were just like, yeah, we gotta go now. But yeah, what's our next one here?
LB 335.
Yeah, let me just pin that. This is actually Noah's FC house, so we'll be seeing the main lobby area, then also the 3 FC rooms with it as well. So that's still on the same server. Lavender Beds, Ward 3, Plot 35.
And I can teleport right there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Noah's my friend.
Alright.
Oh yeah, so many streams here before.
Yeah.
The famous
Fire
Many a
pit.
hangout.
Yeah,
Yume
so
house,
many
yeah.
times I've been in this fire pit.
the fire pit chats. Yeah.
On fire, yeah.
Well, now there's lots of laws in the stream. We can all be on fire now. Yeah. 35.
I'm the main fire hazard though.
Yeah.
What, you didn't have to agree with that.
But it's true.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah.
There he is.
Nice.
Join me, one of us.
Many a stream has started right around this fire pit.
Yeah. Lady Lala has been sacrificed on Sacrifice Wednesdays.
Yeah, that's a new thing that we started recently.
Sacrifice Wednesdays?
Yeah. It's just a
No, that's been
casual little
going on for a
hangout,
while.
right? Depends if
course.
you're small or tall, how fun it is, right? So.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, tell us about this yard, Noah. Just like a very brief history of
Okay.
this
Beautiful.
yard.
Okay, so speed running this. So
Yes.
this yard is where we've done a lot of hangouts on stream. In fact, we designed this yard on stream. It was one of the streams that we did was with the
Wow.
viewers. We were all hanging out and we were kind of figuring out this space, and wanting to make it into a space that felt really cozy and really nice to just come chill in. And so it was built on stream, and it looks exactly as we built it on stream. And I mean, honestly, I think of all the yard designs, I think this is definitely like one of my favorites that I've ever done, especially like non-nightclub centric. It's just very organic feeling, like the way that kind of there's like a lot of flow across all the different spaces in
Right.
here. I think we did a really good job. I say we because like the stream was like also helping me, decide where the things
Right.
would go, and like we were trying different things. It has like it just plays to the exterior of this house and kind of like how everything flows together. Technically, we actually were using a different exterior before. We didn't have this exterior at the time. So we built it based off a different exterior. It was like the Hingen Mokuzo
I
walls.
forget what it even was. I just got so used to this that I just thought it was part of
Yeah,
it.
it was the Hingen Mokuzo walls.
Yeah.
And I know that
Stormblood,
because
yeah.
the first FC room in here plays on that exterior. But
Nice.
eventually we got these amazing housing walls, and these are like top tier
One of the
still.
best ones in the game, basically, to me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But funnily enough, once I switched the walls, actually everything that we built based off of the other housing walls, it just worked. So actually, I didn't change
Yay.
anything. We just swapped the walls out,
Wow.
and boom, everything
It's
still
like
fits,
they made this
like,
out
perfectly.
exterior just for you, Noah. They just saw your stream and was like, oh, we got to give this guy something, right?
Yeah, like honestly, I was blown away by how naturally everything just like slotted in. Like even down to the fact
Yeah.
that like there's just like this random walkway that just like leads to like the hot spring thing there,
yeah.
and like
That is
I think I
true.
might have shifted something over ever slightly to make that walkway a little bit bigger, but like almost everything is exactly as we laid it out, and it's like, oh my gosh, that's crazy that it just like locked in like that.
Yeah.
So.
That's
Even to
awesome.
the into the doorway and everything here, like I mean, just kind of all framed out like this. It's like wow, that's nuts. Anyway, it's very pretty. We were channeling a lot of like Studio Ghibli kind of energy, where it's kind of like it's like a little bit overgrown, but like in a very beautiful aesthetic kind of way.
The wisterias is actually something that I took from you into my own exteriors. I always use wisterias now. They, like you said, they cover up so much space and they're absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. And you're so limited on items outside that it's just
Yeah.
like it's just such a great like filler item.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I love this
Shall we inside?
bathhouse entrance here, though. It's so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like
Grab a
I mean,
bucket
obviously inside
on
too,
your
but
way in.
outside as well. You know, having
Yeah.
trying to like change a little bit of the look of something to make it look custom. You know, like you when you walk up to this entryway, it doesn't just look like the entryways you're used to seeing with this exterior, and I really like that. That
Yeah.
it feels like whoa, I've never seen it look like that.
And
You
it
kind of
forces
just,
you
like,
to want to
pause for a
go
second.
in, right? Like, what's inside then?
Yeah, exactly.
What is
The
inside,
outside looks
guys?
this cool.
So this main room here, he calls as a Japanese izakaya. So
Yes.
kind of tell us
I
a bit about
remember
this.
being here before.
Yes, I
when you were
remember
working
too.
on it.
Oh, when he was
Remember when you
working
work-
on it.
Yeah, that's when I was
Wow.
like, we had that talk about like, no, just throw something there instead. You don't have to fix
You don't
that.
need a
And he's
floor
like,
flat. Just throw something on top of that. Cover that up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is it's a Japanese izakaya. So again, trying to make like the social space. So there, I got this FC house. I think it was after I built Ichi and everything. And so this build, it brings together a lot of the different concepts that I wasn't able to do in Ichi or in my apartment, but there's like a ton of different like things I experimented with in both Ichi and the apartment, and I basically took all of the like cool things from like the concepts from there and put them all into this thing. So like this kind of sort of minimalist looking like backdrop for the bottles and stuff behind the bar. You can see the bar counter here, right? So
Right.
basically this is like what I had in my brain for Ichi and also at the like Japanese restaurant and thing in my apartment early on. But we were in an apartment, so I only had 100 item slots, so I couldn't actually build this. And plus, you're in an apartment, you can't float things from below. Now I'm in the medium, so I suddenly have way more item slots, and I have the ability to float things, from below and everything. So finally, I could really like execute on the ideas that I had in my brain that whole time, and really like bring them to life. So this is like how I wanted the bar counter to look, where it's like much more seamless. It's got like a lot more nice layering.
So
to
this
it.
is like the evolved version after fixing all the little blemishes, right?
Basically, yeah. And like, if we had unlimited item slots, then this is what the bar in Ichi would look like, or something.
Wow. This is
Just
very
like,
grand. Holy crap.
It is
Yeah.
very, very detailed.
The lighting
Yeah.
is amazing too. How you have it kind of it's like super dark when you come in. Oh, even a custom with these little lanterns floated, but it's like super dark, and then it draws your eyes right to this back wall right here, which is like probably what you were going for.
Yes. Very much this kind of like Japanese, elegant kind of like almost minimalistic kind of bar. Very like high end, very, very fancy. And I wanted it to be, again, visually striking. I really like how the sort of like ceiling, like spikes, almost that kind of thing kind of came out. That was something I saw on Pinterest. There was like this kind of like thing I saw on Pinterest of like a bunch of like these sort of spikes coming out of the roof. And I was like, that's actually really cool. I wonder if we can recreate that somehow in the game. And so that's where all those
Oh my
kind of
god,
spikes
that's
above
so cool.
the bar come in.
Look at
Yeah.
that, right at the top that he's talking about right here.
Yeah. Just something to give it texture and make it feel like it's not just a bar wall and a counter,
Oh my god, that's so many of them. Oh my god.
Yeah.
How many did
Oh,
you
there's
use?
really
Like
the
50
presentation.
item slots? Oh my god.
That's actually not that many because it's tables. So you actually
Right,
get 4 spikes out
right.
of every single table. So you
Oh,
offset it. I
yes,
think
yes.
it's like maybe 12 or 16 tables.
I'm just thinking
Wait.
spikes,
Ton of spikes.
striking, and then
I
the
know,
Laura's there.
so there's spikes, yeah.
Just everything-
yes,
all the good
my
stuff,
death
yeah.
is coming to me. Woo!
Yeah.
This is a
So-
torture bar.
Well, no, they're rounded off at the tip, so don't worry, it's fine.
No.
Just
The,
bludgeon you a
the
little
safety's
bit.
on
You're
right now,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, anything can kill you if you have enough force.
That
That
is not
that-
wrong.
That is
Yes.
true. Oh
On hand to
man.
the head with enough force, dead.
I really like this other side though, Noah, because I know you did a stream on shadow art once, and ever since you've done that, I've just been actively looking for it in builds, especially on JP builds. A lot of the times, like they do that, like this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah, I love the shadow art. That was a fun one.
We've been trying to replicate that with really funny things, and we actually did do that actually in our third Housing Talk build, Hacking Tide, that we streamed live. Like it was like a live build for Easter. So not hatching
Yeah.
tide, but hacking tide, right? Is what Alaura came up with. And we had a little, or not a little, we had a big rabbit with like
bunny.
an axe, kind of like The Shining, through like a red stage panel.
Yeah.
So-
no,
Dude.
not, it was
Yeah.
a poster.
Yeah. Oh, a poster,
I like
yeah.
that.
It was the holiday poster, I think, from one of the seasons,
Cursed
yeah.
as per usual,
Exactly,
y'all.
yeah.
I love it. Here for it.
It's very cozy, though,
Oh.
even though it's cursed, so, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was. We
Oh,
took
yeah.
it down, so, yeah.
Oh, rip. It's okay.
But you can
always
see the
resurrect
build
Halloween.
photos of them in our Discord that we recently made for Housing Talk. So if you guys click
Ooh.
on the second
Link
link
it, let's
below
go.
our video screen here, you'll see a Discord link called Community. And if you click into that, you can go check it out in our Housing Talk photos, where we post photos from all of our previous streams. We've got hundreds of photos in there for each and every
Hey.
designer, each stream that we ever have.
Oh,
Laura's
shoot.
been amazing and took pictures of almost everything. So, yeah, you can see
Until
all of
now.
our backstory behind that. Yeah.
I forget my job.
Oh my god! It's okay. You can start taking them now. That's hilarious.
Ah,
Oh
I had
wow.
one job.
Yeah.
Well, so okay, a couple other things to point out in here. It's very dark, so you cannot really see it very well. But
Yeah.
a ton of items are used on the ceiling kind of thing structure above the bar here. So if you, again, it's very dark, so you can't really see it very well.
Oh,
but
shoot.
I see.
There's, if you look kind of like along the top, like edge of the bar, that it mirrors the bar counter. You know, there's this like very
Oh, I
complex.
can kind of
structure.
see it like right here.
Yes,
There,
it's above
right?
you. So
Yeah.
yeah, you could
Everything's above
potentially
you.
while we're in a lot of my builds, they're very dark. So if you want, you could always go into your character settings and like change the gamma or system settings, graphic settings. I think
Graphic
or is it
settings?
no display setting.
The
Display
full
yeah.
screen
Uh,
gamma thing?
System configuration,
Yeah.
display settings down the bottom, and then yeah, full screen gamma, and you can like up the brightness a little bit.
Okay, I'll put to 100 because it looks like it works better. Now we can actually see it. There we go.
Then you can see more.
Yeah, the top of it there. Perfect.
Then you can see a little bit better.
Nice,
So
nice.
Whoa.
yeah, so there's a ton of items being used here just to layer this whole thing. There's even like metal support structures here. So yeah, I spent way too many items going super mega ham on this bar area, and then had no items to do anything else in the rest of the build. So that's why the bar looks absolutely fucking epic. And then some of the other areas look a little like, maybe there could be a little bit more going on.
To be honest, you didn't really need to, though, the other sides. Like, I think you could have just left it, honestly, as just the bar, and just have, like, a little hidden FC entrance, right? That maybe you illuminated, but that would have been
Yeah,
good, too, I
but-
think.
But my brain likes to be way over ambitious.
You have to fill in every little gap, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I had this whole idea in here of how like it's like that's the epic bar, and there's like a bunch of seating, kind of like that we were doing all around the place, and there was like a whole kitchen thing. So I spent way too many items in the bar, and then I was like, oh my god, how am I gonna like
What do
make
I
the rest of
do?
this build like not look weird? So that's why the kitchen is the way it is, where it's like really tiny and there's only a little sliver that you can look into it. Is because I'm like, okay, well if we just hide a lot of the kitchen, then you only just see a little bit, and I don't have to worry about like what's going on in the rest of the kitchen.
Hey,
Doesn't
you're lucky
matter,
that
you
you're
can go
even
in there.
showing the kitchen to them, right? Usually it's way in the back
Yeah.
somewhere, yeah. So, yeah.
Hey, ISO.
What?
ISO. Look at who the first person is, the last person is to sign this thing.
Wait, who? Oh my god, ISO cute from like way back when. My female Lalafell. I forget why I came here. I don't know why I came here the one time. I forget why. But
Because
yeah,
you
that's,
wanted to.
I don't know, cause like I came here alone, obviously, cause nobody else is here. I don't know why.
Aw, that's so sad.
Yeah, but yeah,
Oh,
let's
there we go.
head
More
into
entries.
these FC rooms. This is really cool. This little entrance just like going behind the
Ooh, behind the curtain.
kitchen almost. Yeah.
How much is this
Yeah.
gonna cost? Sorry.
another trying to make like a fun fake entrance. So I guess we can just head into the first
Yes.
private room. So room number
Yes.
1, outdoor amphitheater.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember this
Post that here.
one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Are you gonna dance for us?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Heck yeah! Come
There
on.
she goes.
Woo!
Oh, this is like Noah's mosh pit almost. This little
Exactly.
Does anyone have throw Gil? We should throw Gil out of Laura. We should throw Gil out of Laura if you guys have throw Gil. This is Amelia, I'm assuming, right? I don't have to click on it, but I think I know who she is.
Somebody needs to give me some money, you know.
Nice.
Yeah.
So a couple of fun facts about this build. First of all, if you look up, we are outside, quote unquote, under the stars.
Oh, wow.
So it is what the name says, outdoor amphitheater. So the whole idea here was
cool.
to try to make this feel like you stepped outside the back of the house. So the first thing I created actually here was this idea of like if you flip around and you look at the doorway we just walked through. So this mirrors the doorway you walked into the FC. If you remember when we first walked inside the FC and you flipped around, you looked at the door. It's the same door here. I pulled the same pattern. So the idea was to give you, like continuity between these two different sections of the build that makes it feel like one big thing.
Because this is exactly how it was in your main entrance, right? Yeah.
Yes. And it's supposed to also and then I made these windows on the side of the thing here.
Right.
So I mentioned that the original walls on the exterior were the Hingen Mokuzo walls, and if you do look at those that structure, it has these windows that jut out from the side of it that look very similar to this. And so that's what I was trying to emulate here, was trying to emulate the actual exterior of the house, but inside an apartment room. So that way, when you walked out from this, into this room, it felt like you were actually stepping outside the back of the house.
Cool. He used the tops of those. You used the tops of these as the roofing shingles. That's such an ingenious idea. And those little bars coming down, too. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I spent a ton of items to make this effect, but I'm really happy how it came out.
Yeah, it looks really good.
It's very convincing, and I really like how that whole structure of that came out. And then flipping around, so obviously the stage is the centerpiece here. So I mentioned that, in the very first build, I was experimenting a lot with making that whole bathhouse restaurant kind of Japanese looking thing, and also very much inspired by a lot of like what Nora was doing with the Dome and Dogwood Town. Mm-hmm. And so this actually stems from a lot of my initial experiments in that apartment that I scrapped ultimately because I just couldn't get them feeling right. So originally I had sort of a version of this, but on the left and the right of the apartment room. And I just couldn't figure out like what to do with this. But then kind of once I actually had this FC house, I had this aha moment of like, oh my gosh, wait, that concept that I had in the, when I was first experimenting, it totally makes sense here. I know what I need to do with this now. And then it became the roof structure there and the stage that is this outdoor amphitheater. And kind of once I had the stage in place, and then once I knew that I wanted to make that fake doorway or fake exterior inside here, then I used the very limited rest of the slots to kind of just frame everything out and put the stars in the ceiling to give you the kind of overall effect.
Well, thankfully the Verdans take up a lot of space.
Yes. So a lot of using the Verdans and the Verdant, is it Verdans? Verdant?
I think it's Verdant, but I like to call it Verdant. I don't know why.
The Verdans.
Verdant.
It's just very,
Verdant.
it's a bougie version of saying it, right? Yeah.
I love it. Yes. So yeah, exactly. They take up a lot of space. They give you an outdoor feel. They kind of help blend in and hide the fact, that we're not actually outdoors and stuff like that.
What? Don't tell them that. You're ruining the immersion. We're outdoors, guys. We're outdoors.
Secrets revealed on the stream.
Yeah.
So so I hope people when they're out here, when they're in here, it gives that feeling. It gives them the illusion and the kind of the atmosphere that they're outside. So we did actually host a couple of hangouts in here, like a couple of Bard concerts, and it was great. It was really nice. So
I actually went to one of them.
Oh my god! And now you're the star of the show. After all these years,
I'm always the star of the show.
Right there. Damn.
Yeah. That's.
Look, everyone, all eyes on Alaura, right? Right here.
I needed the money.
Yeah.
Wait, why are you agreeing that I needed the money?
Because I did.
I do.
But yeah, let's head on to the next one, guys. Yeah. Room number 3, I believe, because room number 2 you said was demoed, right, from before? So.
Yes. So, room number 2 was a movie theater. But yes, I had to demo it in order to move a character over, so I haven't rebuilt it yet. But I do have the design, like, I know how to, like, recreate it. I am thinking like one day I will recreate it. But yeah, it was a movie theater, like a modern movie theater in room number 2. But here we are in room number 3.
I made it back into the tank again. Yeah. Remember this?
There it is. So this is a sort of coffee shop and bar. And so this is, I built this entirely on stream, and this was actually the very first thing that I ever built on my stream. So the very first housing stream, actually very first stream ever that I did regarding housing was in this room. And we were making it originally into like an artist loft hangout thing. And it pivoted pretty radically away from that. And became this kind of like
Alaura,
right? Bar hangout. Yeah, exactly, you know? Alaura and Amphi were some of the very first people in my streams, and so they remember these early streams when we were making this. And
I hung out here.
Yes, she did. That's right. Hanging with the fishes. And yeah, I mean,
with the fishes.
Yeah, I'm quite happy with how this turned out. It really feels, I don't know, like I think up to this point, I feel like all the builds that you've kind of seen don't maybe quite have some of that like Saitoshii vibe that some of the people nowadays kind of know me for. I think that kind of like, you know, because I was kind of building in other styles and kind of like finding the voice here.
Right.
So I think like this build, and a little bit the outdoor amphitheater there, but then I think especially like this build, you really start to see the evolution and kind of like me locking into like the design language that then I start carrying to a lot of the other builds that I think a lot of people know me for. So there's like lots of like little like details and like how this things all came to be, but I think like overall the big thing for this space was just that it is kind of really nice and nostalgic that this was the very first thing that I ever built on stream. It ended up taking like, I think it was like 10 or like 12 streams. I think that's the longest I ever spent.
That is a long time.
How many was it?
It was a lot because, mind you, when we first started the streams, I was pretty much just doing like 2 hours. Like, you know,
I was thinking 12 times like 5 hours. That's what I was thinking.
Wow. I don't remember then because I thought it was like 3.
Yeah. Sometimes we'd go a little bit long, but I think a lot of the first streams were that. You can go back and watch them. The VODs for those are all up on the YouTube, on my YouTube channel anyway. So you can actually see, and the streams are pretty scuffed, let me tell you.
Yeah,
so
Noah's, speaking of the YouTube things, Noah actually he renamed a couple of his channels. So this is Noah Saitoshii's main YouTube channel, Noah Saitoshii FFXIV, and then there's the one where he mentioned where he posts his VODs, which is Noah Saitoshii VODs. So there are 2 new channels of his for his YouTube stuff.
Yeah. So at the moment, the Noah Saitoshii FFXIV is the YouTube channel that a lot of people already know of mine, which used to be Noah Saitoshii, like just that. It has a lot of the past housing streams on there. It's got a couple little videos that I've done for other things in 14. I'm gonna be probably doing more with that in the very near future.
Nice.
Spoilers. And then there's the VODs channel, which I haven't
here first, folks.
To. There you go. So yeah, there's a lot of the VODs though are currently on the Noah Saitoshii FFXIV. More will be uploaded though to the VODs channel. I'm gonna be kind of splitting it out a little bit. But yeah, so if you want to see some of the streams where I talk about this build, literally where we're building this build. But also that one I mentioned is like the 3-hour version of like the Ichi and Prominence walkthrough, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of stuff there. So, yeah. Again, we can go on and on. I know we got a lot of stuff we got to see here. So I will just say, yeah, this build, really cool. And kind of like if you just look at the overall aesthetic, you'll see a lot of this like the kind of concrete and using the sort of like dark, sort of Japan-y looking wood kind of details mixed with the greenery. Very much gets starting to pull through like everything else. So, yeah. There you go.
Nice.
If you have any questions, let me know. But if not, we can.
Or if you want a more in-depth look, go check out his in-depth VODs to find out more about his designs.
There you go.
All right. Build number 4, or room number 4, rooftop bathhouse, another bathhouse.
Yes. So, yeah. I mean, I had kind of like tabled the whole bathhouse idea until we did the very first build challenge on my housing streams.
Yeah.
So
Right.
yeah, I used to run this thing, and we'll bring it back. We're gonna bring it back, but we used to do this thing called
Bring
the
back the
Housing Build
bathhouse.
Challenge.
Okay.
We'll both,
Bring back
right?
the bathtub.
So I used to do this thing. We do this thing called Housing Build Challenge, where basically I give a secret, or I reveal a secret prompt to everybody all at once, and then everybody builds to the theme of the prompt for like roughly 2 weeks in secret, kind of like, and only in apartment rooms and FC rooms. So everyone has like the same like sort of like limitations and the space and time restriction, and then we go tour all the builds and we see what everyone came up with, right? So the very first one that we ever did of this, the theme was Under the Stars, and so it's open for interpretation, however people wanted to interpret that. And so for a lot of them, it's everyone else builds and then I tour. But for this one, I also actually joined in my own build tour, and I secretly built this, and this was the final build that I didn't tell anyone that I had built, but this was my entry for my own build contest, or no, it wasn't a contest. It's just like a build challenge.
You're
It
good.
was,
You're
it
good.
was a contest. I won. I'm just
Oh my God.
Exactly. And so this is my Under the Stars thing. So if you look up above, there's supposed to be a glass ceiling, and it's twinkling under the stars. And
yeah.
it's
That is cool.
again, so sort of again threading the needle that in here I was able to bring to life a lot of the ideas that I had for that original bathhouse like stuff that I was working on in the first apartment. But I couldn't quite execute it back then. I didn't really have the items, and I didn't quite know enough about housing. And so this is me revisiting that same concept, like a year and a half later, but now having a ton more experience with housing, having more different items, and just kind of having like a more sense of like how I like to build stuff. This is now the bathhouse.
By the way,
so-
Noah, I was just so happy that you joined in one of your challenges, because you hardly do that, but I was just so happy that you actually did do the challenge with us. That was great.
Yeah, I would have loved to do more of the other challenges as well. I often just kind of found myself like
Yeah.
with
You're crunched with
a lot
time,
of
right?
other
You got other
stuff,
stuff
yeah.
going on.
going
I know,
too many
but-
different directions. But no, I really did enjoy that, and like I mean, there was definitely some of the challenges where I had ideas and stuff. I just was like, I feel like
Yeah.
I know I get so rabbit holed into like creating them.
Yeah.
And that's something about me as like just like a designer, something that is both a blessing and an absolute curse sometimes, is that I get very, very into the details and very almost obsessive over, kind
And you
of
end up losing like
really-
a couple days' time because you were obsessing over that one corner, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like every little item, all the little like lighting and how everything interacts with everything. I get very obsessive about the details and trying to make things like extremely cohesive and like just all this stuff. So in every one of these things, like here included, we could spend probably like an hour just or two even just me going through every little like I could explain to you why everything is here and like why it's spaced the way it is. Little
Yeah.
details of like how to layer things and like offsetting things by pixels and stuff so they don't clip, and different variations of like structure.
I mean, I could make a suggestion. I mean, because I know originally we were planning to do like a stream together, right? But for us, I just wanted to say, like for Housing Talk, like we wanted to make this kind of like our own little like special thing, like for designer interviews, focusing on certain people. So I guess like in the future, if you did want to go more in depth about things, we could possibly do a stream together for in-depth builds that we could do for longer.
Sure.
So yeah, it could be an idea. But for the purpose
Yeah.
of this stream and kind of like the first one for you, like focusing on you, I thought it'd be best to just kind of show a broad range of
Overview.
all of your work instead. So yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm getting invited back already. Okay. Heck yeah.
Wait, we should have said it, Laura. Now we have to put in more work. Damn it. Oh well.
What do you mean we? You
You mean me, right?
just sit on my butt and I'm just like, yeah,
I dug
whatever.
myself in the hole. Now everyone saw it here. Now I can't get rid of it. It's on the VOD now.
Way to go, man. Tell you what. Yeah, I don't have the problem Noah does. I think for Under the Stars, I just sacrificed. Like, I just named some mannequins like after coffee, and I sacrificed Tim Hortons?
Oh, Tim
Yeah.
Hortons, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tim Hortons has
wanted to
gone
say-
downhill now for us Canadians up here. Yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah.
It's not the same, guys.
I wanted to sacrifice Starbucks, but I figured I'd get a lot of flack for that. So.
Oh yeah, from me as well. I like Starbucks, but I see in chat here
Yeah.
Fee saying you should gather like 5 designers and be like, let's all build designs together. Oh man, that would be so chaotic. Fun idea, but it would probably last like 24 hours. I think if we did that. I don't have the time anymore.
Do you, in terms of this build, do you have any other questions that you guys want to ask about?
Yeah, is there anyone in chat? Because I know you guys have been chatting away here, but we've been just going deep into the Noah lore, so... Teak saying...
Concrete plants give a lot of Nier vibes. Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. I
Nier.
would describe a lot of like what I channel in my designs to be very inspired.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Oh no?
Lower going to the ceiling again. It's nothing new, guys.
Oh, okay.
We're all used to it by now, yeah.
Woo!
part of
I
the
know
show,
what
yeah.
you use now.
Housing secrets.
I know the secrets. Yeah.
Secrets
Wow.
revealed. There you go. So, my aesthetic I would describe almost like like Nier and Cyberpunk is kind of like dystopian. I would
Right.
say that I like to think of mine as like very much inspired by a similar type of aesthetic as like a Cyberpunk or like Nier, where it's kind of like a bit like nature infused and kind of like a little bit techie, futuristic-y. But I like to think of it as like the hopeful inversion of that. I know some people would call that solar punk, but that has a little bit like, so maybe you could call it solar punk.
Yeah, not
But
quite,
basically
I
it's
think,
like,
for me, yeah.
it's
Soul
not quite
punk.
solar punk. It's a little bit more gritty and a little bit more like earthen and like down, maybe like Japanese influence than like solar punk aesthetic that I've seen online. But basically, it's supposed to be like, if you kind of pulled a lot of that kind of near aesthetic, but the world didn't go to shit,
Right.
So, so I love kind of trying to marry that, like, it's like biophilic designs, like greenery, nature infused.
Yeah.
But that doesn't look necessarily like overgrown per se,
But like
It's,
just
very
enough.
much-
It's like almost. It's like a progression almost, right? Yeah.
Yes, it's very much nature, like blended and kind of like synergizing with nature versus like being reclaimed by nature per se.
Jiggy was saying here that
so
he
yeah.
loves the roof the night sky type of thing, the glass ceiling you were mentioning here. That's the bottom of the crystarium benches layered together, isn't it? If I look
Yeah.
really closely.
It is
Yep.
indeed.
It is.
Wow, and then
Indeed.
having the little
Yes.
carbuncle
thingy.
lanterns, yeah, peek
Yeah.
through
Well,
there.
not lantern. It's
Oh,
the
lamps, right? Or which one
he's
was it called?
he's on the little tube thing, whatever that one is.
Oh, wow.
The sitting.
Oh, like
I don't
those
know
are
what it's
like
called.
or something like that.
Oh, yeah, because
I
it has to
forget what it is.
reflect down. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was cool.
Yeah, shout out to both Nora again and then also was it Peach?
What?
Peach did
Fairy
that?
Peach. Yeah,
I
Peach.
think so.
Peachy did. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was.
She did rain.
Yes, she did Rain. And so like some version of me seeing both her stuff and then also Nora. Nora did like a version too with the kind of crystarium benches like as a glass ceiling. And so I don't really remember like what I saw first or like whatever, but that kind of got incepted in my brain. And then later down the road when I was building this, I was like, oh, that's a really cool thing, but I want to do my own version of it. And so I kind of made it a little bit more like in my aesthetic, But using that glass panel, shout out to them because that was inspired by
The Noah bathhouse aesthetic. It's a new thing.
There you go.
Woo! Take a bath with Noah.
Oh my god.
No.
I guess we all are technically here in this build here. There's like 20 of us,
You
right?
can
So
donate a lot of subs for that, Shall we move to
Yes.
the
Yes.
next build?
Build number 4, technically, the large build. This is Prominence Nightclub, the original version on Crystal Mateus Lavender Beds War 20 Plot 3. Where it all started, like for me at least, when I first met
Yeah.
Noah, so...
For a lot of people,
Wow.
this is where they jump into the Noah timeline.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. So everything like up to this point, technically that bathhouse and those last 2 FC rooms we saw, they were built on stream, so people did know me for that. But a lot of kind of like up to this point, a lot of what we talked about is almost kind of like what I think a lot of people know me for these days, which is where we're about to go now, though, which is
It
Prominence.
says Prominence Nightclub by Serafina Froster, Maine, right? A home for lovers of electronic music. Open, I guess not anymore, right? Wednesday and Sunday every other week.
Yes.
That basically was the schedule for at least when I was working there with the wonderful Tigzu Heltzer and Chad as well, when we were both working there.
How much did you make? Just kidding.
Enough.
Oh man!
I'm not gonna reveal that. That's a contract that I signed. So.
You signed it. Oh.
Yeah, just like the ones we give up for Fluffy Land, right? We gotta sign the NDAs because the people who kind of disappear. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, they disappear. They don't have to sign NDAs because they no longer live.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Shush.
Saves on the paperwork, right? And the amount of time. Yeah.
Yeah, because I ain't got time for all that.
Yeah.
Wee.
But you do have time here to spend some time out in this beautiful garden where we throw the garden party.
Hell yeah.
So,
I wish it wasn't raining though.
Welcome to Prominence. And yeah, I know. This is like, ideally it would be not raining and it would be at nighttime when the lights come on. Maybe we can pop back outside later tonight.
Yeah. We can talk about it again. Yeah, but we can briefly talk about it still though if you'd like. Yeah.
Ain't no party like a garden party.
Ooh, yes.
Exactly. So, this is Prominence Nightclub. This is the outside anyway, and we throw two different types of parties here, especially when we first debuted, which was we do the Prominence Garden Party on Sundays, and then inside on Wednesdays at the time. This is when we first launched back in 2022. We did Prominence Club Night inside on Wednesday nights. Technically, actually, every other Wednesday and then every other Sunday. So that was how we first debuted it. And this garden has gone through a couple of different iterations. This is the final iteration. This is like, I think, the third or fourth iteration design-wise that it kind of evolved from. If you guys know Prominence on Rafflesia, I recreated Prominence on Rafflesia. So especially because we were like locked out of Crystal. So many of you probably know Prominence as being on Rafflesia these days, where we have had like New Year's Eve parties. We've had tons of different parties, both on Rafflesia and then also, of course, here. But yeah, New Year's Eve, Valentine's Day, our 3-year anniversary. We had Pride Night just last night, actually, over on Rafflesia. But it's a one-to-one, pretty much recreation. So what you're about to see here is pretty much exactly what you'll see on Rafflesia as well. The yard is built to host our Prominence Garden Party, which is a chill, melodic, deep house-centric event, DJ nightlife event. It is very much inspired by this group called Anjuna, which is Above and Beyond. They're a trio of artists that go by the name of Above and Beyond. They own a record label called Anjuna Beats, of which there are a couple now sister labels to that called Anjuna Deep, Anjuna Chill, Anjuna Explorations. Basically, the summation of that is I really, really love what this IRL music group is all about, like their whole ethos and their vibe, their aesthetic, their whole sound. And I'm very inspired by that. I deeply love their music. I've gone to many of their shows. I wear like their merch and stuff on stream all the time. I love their whole community that they built. So I'm pretty much like through and through, just like very inspired by this Anjuna group. And in particular, the garden parties here are inspired by...
Just going to shout them out so you guys can kind of give them a follow. They stream on Twitch as well, and you can kind of see a lot of their past work and their like concerts and stuff like that, and what Noah's talking about. That kind of environment and vibe, yeah.
Yes, if you like my streams at all, if you like my events and you like my streams, you will almost certainly love the Anjuna, like the whole Anjuna fam's collection of stuff. You'll recognize tons of music and stuff in there because I play it all the time. Mm-hmm. And so this Anjuna Deep is the sort of like very chilled, melodic, deep house side of that record label. And they throw an event called Anjuna Deep Open Air, which is where they host a party and they put it out in nature somewhere. And they basically have like a little mini festival. So that is actually very much the inspiration for me doing the Prominence Garden Party. So this is built to feel like sort of like a little bit of a garden outdoor festival. And so that's the energy that I'm channeling when we're out here. And it stopped raining. Yay. It's meant to look like that. There is this stage over here where we have the DJs. They stand inside here. Also, this yard design this version of the yard was also something that we worked on the stream, I believe, at least a little bit. And then also I was working with my staff at the time, and we kind of all worked on reworking this a little bit together. And this version of it is still the version that we use to this day. So yeah, it's a yard I'm really proud of, and I think that a lot of people have a lot of fond memories partying here. Many people, if you're from a little bit of the OG Prominence days, I think this yard probably has a lot of memories for you. So same thing with Ichi, something I'm always very happy and warmed by is hearing people say that they have some kind of strong memory and association with the Prominence Garden Party, which we'll see the new version of that on Dynamis near the end of today's tour. So
Nice.
you can see this is the original kind of yard, and then I'll show what we've evolved that to in the new version. So, but shall we go inside?
Yes, let's head on inside.
Yeah! Woohoo! Bye-bye, garden party.
Heck yeah.
I'm going into the air conditioning.
Oh
So
man, this brings
we'll
back
start
so
here.
many memories. This is where I used to stand with the greet people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Ew.
Iso, when he was working with us, used to be one of our greeters and used to stand down here and welcome people in the door. And so we
Is it like a Walmart greeter?
There we go. Hello, take these coupons. Here we go.
Welcome to Prominence.
You're not allowed here, Alaura. Get out.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
So the main reason too that we have this greeter area, apart from the fact that it just looks kind of nice, and it's a little bit of the pulling the lobby thing from the Ichi design, right?
Yeah.
But the big thing here is that in order to get into Prominence, I used an elevator mechanism. So we kind of initially, people didn't really understand how the elevator mechanism works, and so we had someone down here to explain that to them and also welcome them, just in the door in general. So this is more of like a commonly known thing now, but yeah, we're about to do the elevator mechanism, and again, this is entirely possible in the game. It's doing a little bit of housing glitch trickery,
Yep.
but this is
Whee!
you stand here, you stand in a little black square on the ground. I specifically put a little pillar down here to make a little target, so you can stand in the middle of the black square, and you jump upward, straight up, boom, you elevator up, and then you're up inside the club area.
And if you fall, you get land on a pillow.
Yep.
Nice.
So boom, here you go. You're greeted with the entryway, and you walk around here. And here we go again with the turn the corner moment that I mentioned.
Woo!
So you walk in here, you turn this corner, and boom.
But it's the most
Welcome to
impressive
Prominence.
one.
Oh wow.
It is like all those. That's a lot of stoves. It's gonna be hot up in here.
That's what he was going for, I think.
Hottest club in Arizona.
Woo! I'm dying. Oh, look at that floor. It's even sweating and smoking.
Oh my god, yeah, look at all that steam coming
It's
up
a
from
fog
the
machine.
furnaces, yeah.
So, yes. That's right. So sometimes you can't see this when there's a lot of people in here, but yes, I have fog machines on the floor, which I think is a really cool effect.
Oops.
Something I actually wanted to do at Ichi, but we ran out of slots. And it didn't quite work with the way that I had laid out Ichi, but actually the fog idea is something from there. I mentioned also at Ichi to take a look at those couches, so you can see here in Prominence that I pretty much took the concept that I started at Ichi and just kind of reworked it to fit in the Prominence space, and that's how you get the seating area. Famously at Ichi, the seating area is built with the cheese racks as the backboards, and so there's this running joke that Ichi kind of smells like cheese or something like that. And so it also smells like that in here too. And
Hopefully
so
it's not blue cheese though, because Laura and I don't like
Oh,
that.
yeah, blue
Oh,
cheese
yeah.
nasty, man. No.
It's okay if you do, Noah. There's a lot of viewers here in chat that disagree with us, so.
I'm not the biggest fan of blue cheese. It's okay.
It's
Okay,
gross.
okay.
It's the nastiest
You're one of the good
thing
ones, I
ever.
guess, yeah.
So
He's just
kidding, guys.
yeah.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
So I'm not gonna lie. I joke about having peaked early, but honestly, I think this is still my magnum opus build.
It is. It is awesome.
Yeah.
I took 6 months after I built Ichi, we were running it, and about 6 months into running Ichi, before I even started streaming and stuff like that, I started having all these ideas of like what I wanted to do for the next nightclub
Right.
and how I wanted to build my own nightclub. And so I built this in secret over 6 months near the end of the second half of 2021. I didn't really tell anyone I was working on it. I didn't show anyone it. And I just was like tunneled away during the pandemic, just, running Ichi, during Thursdays and Sundays. But then every other waking moment, I was in here just trying tons and tons and tons and tons of different concepts and trying to just figure out something that would feel epic and interesting and different. And I really, with this one in particular, wanted to just push to the absolute limit what a nightclub could be in the scene. And honestly, I think I did it, and I'm really proud of how this turned out. I still think this looks incredible to this day.
It's amazing, yeah. Wow.
I could still seriously use tons more item slots. There's tons of stuff that I would love to add, like more lighting and some more details and effects and stuff, especially with the newer items. But Ichi is another build that has not changed at all since I built it and debuted it in 2022, early 2022. It is definitely the most epic club that I've ever built. And still, we still host parties in the Ichi design, or the Prominence design here.
Those special occasions, I think we came back here a couple times, like your 3-year stream anniversary. I remember we came back here. So
exactly, and that's the thing is I've realized over time that this thing is so epic that it actually kind of feels a little strange on like kind of like random clubbing nights to throw parties in here, but it's perfect for special events. It's absolutely perfect for like big festival openings and like big anniversary celebrations. Every year since 2022, we've hosted New Year's Eve, like a big New Year's Eve party with an epic countdown. With like it's like we like tap out. It's a really big thing. So and very much one of our core events. We also host prom night at Prominence here every single year, where we glam the place up and everybody gets dressed up all fancy and stuff, and we treat it as much like a real prom as we can. And it's just it's something I'm very proud of and everything. Can you turn the lights down in here? I don't actually have access to this house on this character, so I cannot turn the lights down at this very moment, B. I'm sorry. Also, if I turn the lights down, it's going to show up really, really dark on stream. That's
I was thinking of turning the gamma down when she said that, but I feel like we're not going to be able to see all those details like before, right? So...
Yeah.
Yes.
But I do see what you mean about how like all of your past stuff kind of flooded in here, like using the verdants all around the side, and then using like those red little couches that you had from Ichi, right? And then also the stone concrete ceiling back there, actually behind the bar up there, which I kind of want to go visit now. Right up here. Look at this.
Milkshakes.
The classic. I don't know. Do you have milkshakes, Noah, or is it all? I guess we have everything, don't we?
I'll take an iced
extensive
latte.
bar.
Yeah.
We can whip up quite a lot of stuff. Look at all those bottles. It's in there somewhere.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Coffee.
So again, kind of here with the bar, kind of like is pulling. So at the time when I was building the very first build we were in, right, the Answer bar, you might have noticed that there was a huge bar wall, but like only a couple bottles on there. And it's because at the time when I was building that, we didn't actually have the bar item, like that back bar wall with all the built-in bottles. That didn't exist back then. So I didn't actually have the ability to like get a bar that was like filled to the rim with bottles, like an actual bar would be. But now, by the time I built Prominence, we did have that item, and so I could actually build a proper nightclub bar, which has tons of bottles and stuff. And so, that's what I built here. And I'm really happy with how the layering kind of turned out here, and how I was able to kind of integrate this sort of like circular motif that you see throughout the ceiling and the main structure of the club. And I kind of pull it in here. There's like the little clock thing in the middle there. It's a circle. There's the Crystarium thing with a little circle thing. There's the marimbas that frame the bar that kind of have that very swirly, kind of like a multi-layered circular kind of pattern going on.
Well, speaking of of your inspirations and stuff, you actually inspired me a couple, like a lot of builds that I had in the future, like from this nightclub alone. Like like especially with like the marimbas here, like I've used this kind of skirting, and it can save the queen. I use this kind of skirting, but then also on the bottom of it, right, instead of the top. But then also like these, what are these? The knights tables, the knights round tables. I think I used them in, I believe it was one of the near builds that I had that I did for one of your challenges. I forget. It was like sometime from last year. I remember using them. But yeah, it's just like pretty much like a lot of the stuff that I've seen in this nightclub and like some of your other work, I've kind of like used that as inspiration, kind of melded into like my kind of steampunky thing. So yeah, I just want to thank you for that. That was just like, there's just so much up here, and I wish we could like do like a deep dive into this, like a 7-hour deep dive, but there's actually a lot of like housing like tricks going on here that I wish we could cover more of, but yeah.
Well, maybe on that return stream,
Yes, the return 48-hour stream,
more
right?
depth on anything you want, because you're right. I mean, once again, just like the other builds and stuff, I mean, you could point to any item in here, kind of, and I'll tell you a whole story about like why it's that item, or what the other items I tried were, and what didn't work, and blah 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 blah. I think this build is also what I would consider the first like major piece of Saitoshii, which is like sort of the overarching metaverse spaces and collection spaces that I'm working on building out. I think this is like the first one that really lands and it is like captures the. I mentioned earlier that I had that kind of like world in my mind, for the last 10 years that I've kind of been building out before I ever came to 14. I think apart from wanting to build an epic nightclub in here and like push the bounds in 14 housing sense, another big thing was this was really going to be the first major build that I was going to show to the world and stream and everything. And so I really wanted this to also pull in that aesthetic, and I challenged myself to both push the bounds of what a nightclub could be in here, but also really try to very heavily integrate my own aesthetic, and the kind of aesthetic that I'd want to become known for in this build, which is again kind of that like infused with nature, sort of like Japanese Scandinavian-y, almost like a little bit like cozy Zen, but a little bit industrial, but like beautiful industrial, not destroyed industrial. Kind of blending that all together. So,
Alaura.
Yeah.
What?
I like kind of like in my brain I have the operating term I call it is like concrete Zen. So it's like which sounds a little contradictory, but it's kind of
concrete
like
Zen?
Yeah, so it's
I'm
like
starting
not
to think of ideas. It's not quite.
Like
I'll put
Zen,
that down there just in case.
Yeah, so something like that. That's kind of like the loose term operating aesthetic that I have here. Any other particular areas you want me to talk about? I mean, again, I could go on and on about like all kinds of different stuff in here. Anything you want to ask about?
Yeah. So are these tables used for dancing? Table dancing?
Table dancing? What do you mean?
If you want, yeah.
Yeah,
sometimes.
that's right. There we go. Woo.
Yeah, you can dance on them. Some people do. They are
Some people
also
has an only
for
Alaura,
theoretical bottle service. So,
Wait, what? A bottle
Nothing.
service? What?
well, at Ichi, if you remember from Ichi, there was the tables, but at Ichi, I had a lot more dance floor space, like just the layout. I wasn't restricted by the staircase. Oh, quick shout out here. We're in case anyone. So, a lot of builds using elevators sometimes put you into off-bounds areas, that we don't want to talk about, but not here. So some people get tripped up by they went up the elevator and they think like, oh, we must be in the void or like something. Again, everything that I built is all done in vanilla in the game, so no plugins or anything like that. We are not in the void here. That is the ceiling chandelier above us, the big yellow light. So that is the in-game, ceiling chandelier. And if you look all around framing the dance floor, that is the staircase banister. And so we did not actually ascend that far, but I did make the elevator to hopefully kind of disjoint people and kind of give them the feeling of we like elevated into some other space. But a lot of people think when they see this that like we're in the void or like something crazy. We're not. We are actually still in the large house. But I just dressed it up very, very heavily so it's like almost unrecognizable. So yeah, that's a little tidbit there. But because the staircase banister is unmovable, and this is, mind you, before we could even change the interior of the houses, right? The thing we can do now. So the staircase banister is locked in as it is, and so I had to build the dance floor with that in mind. So I kind of built it based off of that as a structural element. So I had to make the couches and the seating area a lot smaller than they are at Ichi. So at Ichi, though, there's proper tables and a lot more spacing for your legs. There's also bottles on the table. I ran out of slots here, so there's no bottles on the table, and I had to use much smaller tables here in order to fit it inside the staircase area. But it gets the point across, and you understand what it's supposed to be. So
And I can dance still. So
and you can
Basically,
dance.
yeah.
There you go.
It all works
and
out.
what lamp did we use for the ceiling? That is the Crystarium chandelier. So,
Nice.
yeah. And if you're wondering about the cool little like spinny effect that I got going on there, that is a carbuncle lantern, the one that you buy from the Mog station. And I realized as I was experimenting that when you put the carbuncle lantern inside that thing, it actually warps itself around the
That is
curvature
cool.
of the
Wow.
lantern, and it creates this like cool dome spinning effect.
It's like
So,
a UFO.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So that is a fun little layering thing. That was a happy accident. I did not know it was going to do that, and I was experimenting. You see the carbuncle lanterns along the back wall too,
Yep.
near the
Yeah.
furnaces. And so I knew that it would do that. I knew that it would kind of have that like horizontal stripe. I've seen people do the horizontal stripe thing in other clubs, and so I wanted to like kind of like take my own spin on that and like see how far I could push that. So I bought a couple of them. I was experimenting with the back wall there, and at one point I just thought, oh, I wonder what it would look like if there was like a ribbon going around the ceiling chandelier. And then when I actually put it up into the ceiling chandelier, I was like, whoa, not only is there like kind of a ribbon going around it, it actually warps around the curvature. And that's really, really freaking cool. And so that is, yeah, a little discovery that I'm particularly proud of in this build. So there you go.
Wow.
Yes. Big other thing here too. So, I talked about how I was really proud of the Ichi DJ decks. So here, this is, I wanted to one-up myself and challenge myself to actually make an even more like immersive and cohesive looking set of DJ decks. And so here is version 2 of the DJ decks. And this time it's with 4 CDJs and the mixer in the middle. So again, if you had looked up the Pioneer CDJ DJ decks, you'll notice that sometimes there's 2 of them with a mixer in the middle. Sometimes there's 4 of them, especially like at festivals and that kind of thing. And so here, I was like, I really want to figure out a way to make it with the 4 deck setup and then the mixer in the middle. And also, if you actually put these side by side, you'd see that the Ichi DJ decks are they're bigger. Like the overall structure is just a little bit bulkier, and proportionally with your character and stuff, I felt that the Ichi DJ decks were ever so slightly too bulky, and so I really wanted to figure out a way to take a lot of the essence of those, but actually scale them down by like a third proportionally. And so I came up with this new design that actually scales much more like accurate to probably the real life size and proportional to your character. It uses a ridiculous amount of housing items in here, but I really, really wanted to one-up the DJ decks thing that I had done in Ichi, and kind of like outdo myself and just like challenge myself to do that. And so this design ends up being kind of the basis for then all the other DJ decks that I installed at some of the other clubs like the Attic and Obsidian, which we'll see later on the tour. So yeah, this still though is again, I mean, it's such a nerdy detail that honestly a lot of people who come to the club won't necessarily even maybe fully look at or appreciate, but I am very proud of this, and I also wanted it to be like I wanted the DJs who are performing at my clubs to really feel like they're really performing.
Yeah, to feel like they're front
at a club.
stage, right? Where they're like the main
Yes.
event, right?
Right.
So-
Like the DJ booth is not just an afterthought for them. It's like you're just as important as all the patrons, right? So the dance floor and the whole experience that the patrons are getting, I want the DJs from their vantage point and from their immersive perspective to also feel just as rich. And so that's why I spend a lot of item slots to make my DJ decks look the way they do, even though it would be far more efficient to make them very, very simple and just get the gist of
Right.
it, which I know is what a lot of clubs do.
You know, to kind of like close this up here at Prominence, I'm totally looking forward to when they do double the item limit slots to 800. I can't wait to see a neo prominence where there's like a DJ deck with like maybe 16 of them or something, you know? And you got some crazy like neons and like machines jetting out from everywhere.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
That's gonna be a lot. I think really doubling it.
Oh my god, furnaces everywhere, all the way around.
Would be very cool. I cannot wait to see. Yeah, that would be very. I don't know what I'll do with it yet, but yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, we get that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's Prominence Nightclub, and a lot of what you see here, you're gonna see me evolving this across other spaces. Although I think, if I'm not mistaken, the next couple of builds we're gonna see actually move. For the next 2 builds, we're going to be going into a little bit of a different landscape of things.
Yeah, we are heading to our build number 5 will be Eluded Ecstasy, Amelia's build, Amelia's Nightclub, on Crystal Mateus, Shirogane, Ward 12, Plot 37. So yeah, let's head on over there, guys.
Hey, you should party up with me so I can get free telepath.
Free what? Free?
Not-
Do we get free covers from now on? Now, Noah, can we say that officially on stream? We get free covers everywhere.
I don't go anywhere, so it's free for
VIP
me all
for
the time.
Alaura, yeah.
I need a little place where it's just me, you know, like a little solitude room, so I can be like, okay,
Like a
it's fine.
scream room, right? For those party goers that want to kind of be alone in the corner. Like, we do have wallflowers, so I mean, you know. I think Teague made that one, right? When we were visiting Teague's Eluded builds a few streams back. He made a little, I think he didn't mean to, but he did like kind of unintentionally make a little introverts area behind the stage there. I think it's that Liar Garden one I think he made.
Oh, that's
Remember
right.
Eluded the Eden or the Garden one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's because I asked for it. That's what this is, and he's like, "It
Yeah.
is now." And I
Yeah.
just heaven and
Oh, here it is.
Oh, yep.
Nice.
way to go.
Here we are.
Morphed into one. Okay.
Yes.
Wait,
Nice. I just reading the greeting. Morphed into one about the
who?
theme.
I was
here
about to
without
say,
going
who's morphed into one?
So here we are. Welcome everybody to Eluded Ecstasy. So this is Amelia Satella, who's over running around near the stage, the Heaven stage there. So this is Amelia and her group's build, or like run by them. And this is the version of it that I built. So like the Eluded group and Amelia's group have now many different venues. Many that also expand both on the Eluded aesthetic, but also on Morpho venue. They have a bunch of different kinds of things going on. But the original thing that they had was this one called Eluded Ecstasy, and the concept here was it is a heaven and hell combo build. Actually, technically, it's heaven, hell, and purgatory.
I should be
all
over here
wrapped
then.
into
Alaura's
one
got to
single
be on that
space.
side, so.
Me,
Definitely
I'm
on that
burning
side.
now. I'm burning.
So the big thing here is that this is a combo build where in one single build we have both themes, heaven and hell, kind of like at the same time. There is a version of this space that existed before I got my hands on it, but Amelia, we actually kind of met and started our whole journey, both streaming and owning and running our venues and DJing about the same time. And so we both kind of actually started our whole thing right around the same time period. And Amelia had come and seen the Prominence, like, you know, when I had debuted it. And, you know, fast forward months later, as we've kind of got to know each other more as streamers and as venue owners and stuff, and Amelia eventually was like wanting to kind of redo and like redesign Eluded with more of the modern items. And she commissioned me to do this and asked if I had would like to, you know, do this. And I had a bunch of ideas because I had a bunch of ideas post Prominence building of what other kinds of things I wanted to try. And I definitely love the idea of challenging myself to build something that is a fusion build, because that's a really cool concept. So the concept of it being a heaven and hell fusion build was already there, but then I completely rebuilt it from the ground up. Originally, it was supposed to be a slight modification, and I was like, honestly, I have so many ideas, Amelia. You know, can you just trust me and like let me rebuild this thing? I think I got something cool.
Trust me, bro.
Yeah, trust me, bro. So, and she did, and here we are. So, outside here in the yard, this is actually the last thing that I built here. So we're going in reverse a little bit here, but so the yard I actually built maybe a month after we actually technically debuted the inside of the build. This was actually revealed in stages. So we built heaven upstairs and then hell downstairs, and then we revealed the yard. And this was like a couple months apart each. So, but you can see in the yard here, that we have heaven on the left and hell on the right. And, it's very challenging to build a dual build with only a dual yard with only 40 item slots. So I had to maximize what I was using. And so that was definitely an interesting challenge of trying to really utilize a lot of very bulky big items to try to get the kind of meat of both stages and having I really wanted to feel like two fully built out stages, a heaven side and a hell side. But to do that, I had to kind of get very tricky and clever with how to utilize the housing items that we had. I'm really happy with how this turned out. I think both stages feel like full-on stages that you would see at any other place, but you get both of them in one single yard. And when they were regularly running the club nights at this particular venue, they used to switch between the yards throughout the night. So it'd be we're on the hell side, and then another DJ would come up and be like, all right, everybody, we're running to the heaven side. So we just run across the yard and boom, you're there. Which is something you'll see inside too. This idea of not only is there the option to host either a hell or a heaven party, but that in this particular version of the build, that there is the notion that you should be able to cleanly go between the two at a moment's notice. And that's something that right from the very beginning talks was something that they had already been doing, this kind of transition between the two. And so that is a extremely core element that you see outside in the yard, but especially inside, which unless you guys have any questions outside, we can go inside and
What
take a
a
look.
fun concept to have. You don't even have to have two properties. It's all in one.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's head inside, guys. See the magic inside.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
Okay, so
What is this?
So we can kind of paint a little bit of the picture here. So I mentioned that this is a heaven, hell, and purgatory build. And so they had all three elements in their original build, and that was also the initial ask, was can we still have heaven up top, purgatory in the middle, and then also hell down below? Originally, there was the concept of having this whole confessional booth and this whole church thing as the purgatory in the middle. As we started building, though, I tried to work that in, and eventually I kind of settled on, Amelia, I just don't think we should spend the item slots on the lobby, because I had this problem with Ichi and even Prominence, kind of with the whole elevator situation, where we spent so many items on an area that 99% of the time you're not even in, right? So it doesn't make any sense. But what I decided was, okay, you know what? I think we can still get the purgatory element, but it's just going to be a transitional period. And the reason that this area looks the way it does is when I started thinking thematically, what does heaven, hell, and purgatory all look like in my eyes? What is the kind of aesthetic? For the purgatory part, purgatory to me kind of came out as it's the waiting room, right? It's you're not in heaven yet. The idea behind purgatory is it's a transition phase before you get to heaven, you have this kind of waiting period in purgatory where you need to kind of figure stuff out and resolve some stuff before you're allowed in heaven. So the thought was heaven and hell are both eternal, so there's no sense of time. But if you're in purgatory, you're waiting to get into heaven, and there is an element of a time aspect where you're kind of locked in time, waiting to go there. And so
Alaura, are you going to go to heaven or hell?
Yeah, exactly. You're waiting for the judgment. So
I don't need
You're already
judgment.
walking towards hell because you already know.
Yep. Gravitated towards. We're gonna go towards heaven first, but so In here, though, so to say, what this is meant to be is it's kind of got the little like arched ceiling as if it's a little bit of like a church with the like circular stained glass window,
Right.
and then all the kind of gear elements is to bring in the kind of clock tower thing. So it's kind of giving you this aspect of the time and time element, and everything here is kind of like neutral gray.
It's at a
kind
standstill
of like,
almost, right? Like you're not really
Yes.
quite in either or. Yeah.
Yes, but there's a little bit of like the ticking clock element too, right? And then that there isn't. It's not heaven. It's not hell. It's kind of neutral. So that's
Okay.
this little waiting like transition zone here is that. Also, of course, you can see the doorway to hell on the left, and you can see the gateway to heaven on the right, with little icons that kind of like show you which one is
Right.
which. And so here we go. If we go to the right, we go over to this little room, which kind of is the entryway to heaven. And so a big thing here was I wanted this like So here's the thing, right? Since we have to have all these different like themes all in one build, I wanted to have a very clever way for us to move into the different spaces and have almost like a thematic way that actually occurs. So this is probably like the biggest thing that's like part of this build is the movement throughout the space of this build is something that I'm extremely proud of, and that I feel like was kind of the very inventive thing about this. So I knew from Prominence that when you go up that elevator, here's the thing. You go up the elevator in Prominence, but then you're actually stuck up in the upper area. You actually have to warp out, or you have to like glitch through the floor to like go back to the entrance, or you use the housing menu, move to front door. So in this build, one of the things was I want to be able to move through all the spaces without ever having to actually warp through the front door. So first thing though, I came over here and I was like, all right, I want to pull the elevator thing again, but instead of how in Prominence you warp up and you're in the hallway, I want you to arrive into heaven, and I want it instead of the turn the corner moment kind of thing, like at Prominence. The first sort of aha moment was that you ascend up into heaven, and you have this almost. When I think of arriving in heaven, I think a flash of white light, and boom, you're up in like the Garden of Eden, right? There is this kind of like opening your eyes, and bam, I'm up in heaven, right? I think that's kind of a very iconic way that people often arrive in heaven, is this sort of almost like flurry of flowers, and then you're like big blinding white light, and boom, you're like, oh my god, I'm here, and then you're like at the pearly gates or something. So I kind of had the kind of pearly, marbly gates here, and sort of like a gateway here, and you walk up here, and you just jump right. You just go right up into the triangle here, right at the tip of the triangle, jump straight up, and boom, you arrive up in heaven, and you're in a field of flowers.
Ooh.
That'll be better than all these Moogles like drooling on me. Yuck.
So, boom, you arrive up in here, and you are immediately in heaven. If you flip around, you can see the gates that you just theoretically arrived from. It's like a warp gate, right?
It's
that you
very
would
immersive,
arrive in. Yeah, so this was that moment. I wanted to just be like, boom, whoa, wow.
Look at all those
I'm here.
for Tom's fireplaces. Holy crap, that's a lot.
Yep. And then all the stained glass windows, and especially like if it's if the light is coming through, it's like this very kind of like light crystal thing going on all over the place.
Trellises, like those flowers. Wow.
Allergies, yeah. That's you.
Exactly.
Do you have allergies in heaven though, or is it all good?
Cleansing, getting all the bad juju out, right?
Yeah.
When you're right here, just like blowing all,
Surprise.
squeezing all the demons out, right? Hence the blessing.
Wait, Alaura, you gotta get out of here, dude.
It's probably it's probably like what your warning sign. Like if you're gonna have allergies, that means you're allergic to heaven. You got to go down. You do not belong.
Didn't say
The
purgatory
asterisk,
long enough.
right? Yeah.
So here we go. Another turn the corner moment. You flip around and boom, you get in. You arrive at the heaven dance floor.
Ooh, look! They're gonna
Whoa.
summon a devil here. Yeah. Woo!
Wow.
Ooh, look at that! My shadow gets bigger.
No one's not even. No one's flinching because they already know you're the devil. Yep, typical.
So yeah, here we are. This is heaven,
Oh my God.
and this is kind of a very European version of the heaven, right? With the very like white marble and that kind of aesthetic, kind of a little bit of Garden of Eden-y vibes, kind of getting pulled in with some of the greenery. I thought the crystal. So actually, originally, I wanted open windows that looked out to like trees and like everything. That kind of like you were like looking out to the sky, of open like endless sky of heaven. However,
Right.
at the time and with item slot limitations, I just couldn't quite pull that off. I did manage to get a little bit in. If you flip around and you look behind the dance floor, I did manage to get a little bit of that sense of like
I like
behind.
that.
It's supposed to look like you're looking out to the the open sky.
I know it's a bit dramatic, but yeah, ooh.
I don't know what kind of noise it was.
Yeah, ooh, ah, and then, but so that's what I ended up with. The way that I structured all the things here, it's meant to be like all those kind of like Roman pillars and stuff with a lot of cutouts where like windows would be. But then ultimately I decided to fill them in with the stained glass windows because it's less items, but still manages to get the kind of heaven aesthetic. Plus, it means that those stained glass windows are almost like they're always glowing. So there is this kind of sense of perpetual light outside, right? Like it's always sun in heaven.
Yeah.
Right? There's always light coming in from outside.
No matter what. Yeah.
Yes. So even at nighttime, those are like illuminated, right? And so it's got a very kind of permanently like kind of like light, blinding light coming in from our outside. And right now, I think we can't quite see the sun rays, but because it's nighttime, we're about to get morning in a moment here.
Okay.
But throughout the day, and actually throughout the night too, because these windows shine both yellow sunbeams during the day, and at nighttime they show moonbeams, and so you actually get these like rays of light firing in on the dance floor and like revolving all around you and moving throughout the night. So yeah, you always get this like light shining in throughout the whole time.
I have one question here. Did you purposely use this chandelier again to get this little shadow effect right here, or are these actually items floated from the bottom?
Those are items floated from the bottom.
Oh wow.
It's
That is
my
not a
summoning
shadow.
circle.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a very ornate summoning circle.
I was building the marble dance floor area, and I felt like it was too plain and sparse if it was just marble everywhere.
Right.
And so I wanted to give it a little bit of that ornate detail. And, that's the very heavenly kind of thing. It's kind of like the angels with all the ornate gold and, like decoration, right? So I wanted to add a little detail there, which honestly you can't really see a lot of the time. A lot of people don't even notice it until we're on a housing tour because it's just filled with people. Like when we've been here, Eluded Ecstasy knows how to pack the house, and so usually when you're in here, it's like wall to wall of people.
Yeah.
So sometimes people don't even notice it's there. And I will say, actually, one of the, I guess, critiques of this build and this version of it was that some people felt that the dance floor here was too small because Eluded is so epic and they cap out, like fill the house with people, that it ends up being like wall to wall of people. And so some people want more room to like dance around, but hey, we're kind of limited in the amount of space that we can use in the game, especially when I'm trying to fit in both heaven and hell all in one build. So, it's a give or take, trade-off, but that is actually something that, is a little bit of a challenge here, was like trying to figure out how to like make all this detail and everything, but still have like proper dance floors for both areas. Honestly though, I think like this was like extremely well received, and it's definitely something I'm very proud of.
This is epic. Like I don't think I'll ever forget something like this. I think that speaks the same for probably most of us in here.
Yeah.
I want to see hell.
Yeah, let's go see hell. She's so excited.
Yes. Okay, so up in heaven here. So here's connecting it all again. So we can go see hell, and here's the thing. So we debuted heaven, and hell was not ready yet at the time, and so we debuted heaven. It was like a big epic thing, and so everybody only saw this upstairs area.
Right.
But I already had planned how the transition to hell was going to happen. I mentioned earlier that
I saw it already.
I mentioned earlier that when you elevated up the elevator that you'd be stuck, right? Because I obviously right here where we're kind of standing, the entryway to this dance floor, that's where the staircase normally would be that lets you go from the middle floor to the top floor. So we have this problem again where we're locked up in here. Or are we? So I secretly, if you notice, the dance floor has a little bit of like a narrow entryway. That is both a theming kind of like fun architectural thing, but it also hides a secret, which is that if you go across to the other area over here, there is a secret passageway where you now come here, and behind here, this was all hidden when we first debuted Heaven, right? This was all hidden. I didn't tell anyone this was here, but there is this secret passageway, and you descend from heaven down to hell.
So these are all fallen angels going down now to descend into hell.
Yes.
Ooh.
So you drop back down, and boom,
Whoa.
you're in the catacombs right outside
jeez.
hell. And if you just take one more drop here,
Oh my
and
God.
you drop down, whoop,
Oh, we're dropping down
You are
further,
down.
guys. Oh wow.
and here we go, boom.
I'm trying to act surprised like I've never been here before.
Whoa, wow.
Whoa,
First
this
time
is
here.
crazy.
First time viewer.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Wow, you're so bad at
I
that.
know I am.
So here we are. So actually, what ended up happening here was that whereas up in heaven we were like inside of like a heaven, you know, like maybe a cathedral or something, right? What I ended up doing as I was working on the concept for hell here was landing less on that we're in hell and more that we're at the gates of hell. And so right there, sort of like the backdrop where
Where
Alaura's
Alaura's standing at the gates of hell.
So that's it. That's supposed to be the gates of hell cracked open, and behind that you can see like a big fiery demon looming behind a giant fireball in the
Yeah,
in the
me.
distance
You
there.
mean another demon behind Alaura, right?
And a demon behind a demon? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's thematically what's happening here. Is we are partying at the gates of hell, and so there's kind of like this like shrine or like altar almost that would like lead you into there. So everything here is meant to center around that idea. And frankly, if we end up with double slots, you know, like or that kind of thing, I mean, I would love to like add to everything you're seeing in here,
Oh my
even
God.
more. But again, you know, keep in mind, again, we're getting 3 themes in here, right? Purgatory, heaven, and hell. So you had to be a little judicious with the slots. And yeah, this is kind of how it ended up coming together. It also was pulling. There was definitely some thematic themes that I tried to pull from the original Heaven and Hell build that they had. And part of it was this. I mean, part of the look that they already had kind of going with the Hell theme has a little bit of this like stone look.
Right.
And so I kind
Almost
of just,
like
changed
charred
that
almost too, right? It's not quite like
Yeah.
pristine and smooth. There's a lot of jagged edges to it too.
Yes, exactly. Upstairs is very, you know, very clean lines, very elegant flowing, lots of circular things and stuff, right? Plant life and that kind of stuff, very organic. We're down there. It's very harsh, and of course there's obviously fire, but also
Right.
I tried to use very spiky things and tried to pull in this very aggressive look, right? It's very and very gritty and you know dark. So
Yeah.
and it has both heaven and hell kind of like, you know, have like they have seating and they have sort of like a bar area built into there. And of course they have a dance floor, and then they have a DJ area and areas where dancers and stuff can stand on. Yeah. So, Alaura, were you gonna ask a question then?
Yeah, I was wondering what these are, but I just found out it's a book thingy. So this is the back
Yeah.
of that big old book.
Yes.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
Man,
That
yeah.
is really. I never. That is cool.
Yeah.
Oh wow, it's the back of. I had no idea that was behind the book because
Yeah.
nobody ever uses this item except for like one
Yeah.
person like you, right? Oh my
Most
God.
people use the item as a single book and
That
they use it
is
as a book, right?
cool.
And so I thought the back of it though looked very like hell runes, right? And
Heck
so
yeah.
I used 2 of them spliced together, kind of like offset from each other, reflected on each
the
other,
heck?
to get that middle rune, which
That's-
is like the, you know, two together.
That's crazy.
And I just use it as
What
it's
the
supposed to be
heck?
like runes, like summoning runes or something, right?
Jeez.
Nice. I like it.
That is really cool. That's a really cool detail. Holy crap.
Man.
Yeah. So well, yeah, this is hell, and the only thing in this build that has changed since I built it was they actually swapped out. There was a table originally in front of this little bar area over
Right.
here, and they swapped it out for this table right here because they wanted to add like a table for playing like some card games and some of the activities they were doing. So this is the one single item in this build that I did not actually place that they swapped out. But everything else in here is once again exactly as I built it, and they have not changed it since.
Wow.
See, that's right. Hell, you got like easy access to libation. Yeah.
Exactly.
And look at all the blood on here. Oh wait, no, I thought there was blood. I
Wait,
thought there were
where?
puddles here, but there aren't. They're just the
Aw.
candles, but red. Well,
There
they're,
needs to be
they're stained. They're stained
puddle.
red, right? So that's
They are
what
stained red,
matters.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I want blood.
Oh,
Yeah,
I really
many,
like that
many
little
amazing party was
phoenix
spoken
symbol here, Noah, that you have here.
yes.
What is this?
Is there anything else you want to call attention to down here before we go?
Yeah, does Chad have any questions about this whole heaven and hell thing that Noah has going on here?
Yeah, where's the blood?
Maybe any technical questions or is there something you guys want to know?
When's the sacrifices?
Sacrifice Saturdays, I guess?
Ooh, yeah, sacrifice Sundays.
Yeah.
He's asking, why is the concept for heaven like actual heaven and then hell is the gates of hell? Honestly, that is due to partially item slots and also just how the concept evolved. So for heaven, I used a lot more items for heaven. And again, mind you, you had to kind of like, I'm building this in parts, right? So I mean, I built heaven first. I knew the overall concept of hell, but I really wanted to like have get that whole, the structure of heaven like looking like that. And so when it came to building hell, though, I tried different versions of getting it to feel like we are in hell. But I feel like we don't have a lot of great fire items, especially when I was building this. I couldn't get enough like fire around everything to get the feeling of hell that I
almost
wanted.
Like burning, like you're in an inferno, right? Yeah.
Yes. And so actually some of the concepts that ended up, well, Teague, like, I mean, I didn't tell Teague stuff, but like kind of some of the stuff that Teague ends up doing when he builds the solo. So to paint the picture, since me building this, I mentioned that Amelia and them have a bunch of different venues. So they now also have completely separated just heaven venue and just hell venue, where they go all in on just the one.
And for context, we did visit this when we had Teague on about a couple months back, where we went through all of Amelia and Teague's separate.
A couple weeks back.
A couple weeks back, all their separate eluded builds, separate nightclubs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. You can even go back and see those. Yeah. So Teague, absolutely expanded beautifully on the whole heaven and hell concept. And what Teague ended up doing with the hell build is closer to like what I also wanted to do with the kind of like hell thing, right? Kind of like lava and fire and surrounded by like a giant like fireball like all around you. And I just couldn't get that looking right here. Utilizing though more of these like giant structure elements. Like we had a lot of big stone elements, right? And so what I realized was I can kind of get a lot of the texture and the vibe of like a very hellish landscape if I use these big elements with minimal item slots being used. And then I thought, something that a lot of, like the obvious thing to do is you're in hell. But I thought something that then, as I kind of was experimenting, was like, oh, it's actually kind of like a different take. Like an interesting take is that you're at the gates of hell. And so I knew I had wanted to like incorporate some kind of like a demon or something into my build. And then it ended up being that like as I was experimenting with like where would I put the demon and how would that kind of integrate, I kind of came up with this like looking through this sliver between the two partitions. As I was originally, it was actually much wider open. You could see more of like the demon look. But then as I kind of was like experimenting with the walls and stuff, I kind of a happy accident of like seeing it through a sliver at one point, and I was like, wait, that actually looks really cool. It means that I don't have to spend so many items building out like a full demon and explaining like where it's coming from. And instead, once again, kind of you like have a forced perspective.
You just like imagine that that's where it's coming from, yeah.
Exactly. And because you only see a little sliver of it, I don't have to actually explain what's going on beyond that. You just get the idea of you're looking into something that is a much larger space behind that. So there you go. It's an efficiency thing.
Speaking
but I
of
think
efficiency,
it still lands on the concept. So,
let's see how efficient this is right here. Here we go. So again, I wanted you to never have to actually like use the go back outside menu, like the housing item or the housing menu, right? So I built a second elevator here, and so you phoenix down. There's a phoenix here, and you phoenix down and get resurrected if you jump here back outside of hell. Oh no, I went through the wall. I ruined that immersion.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Woo!
And so you jump up. There you go. Boom! You're back outside of hell, and then you can just walk back.
Classic Final Fantasy item, Phoenix Down. That's very lore specific.
I'm stuck. Whee!
Wow.
Oh, ow.
So now, if you can run through the whole building and you can move through any of the spaces back and forth seamlessly, and you never again have to like. There is a
so now we're back at the entrance. Oh my god.
Immersion lore way that you're actually moving throughout the build.
Wow. Let me do a quick run through so I can show them.
Yeah.
How to get through.
Yeah. So you go over here and you ascend up to heaven, right? you elevate in, and then you party up here, and then when it's time to move down to hell, you descend and you fall, into the fire down below into hell, and you double drop into hell, and then once you're done partying in hell, you get to Phoenix down and resurrect yourself back out of hell, and you get to walk back out to, to the outside. There you go.
I keep doing that, but I keep seeing the steps and going on the steps, and then I fall down.
I think because you belong in hell, that's why.
Wow.
It's true, though.
Look, I am out on leave right now, okay?
Yeah.
I don't belong there right now.
Do you turn the lighting down at all? Apple, are you asking just like, do they ever turn the lights off? And if you're asking that, then the answer is yes.
Moon Buddy says burn.
So what they used to do would be you'd turn the lights on when we're up in heaven, and then they turn all the lights off, and then everybody descends down to hell halfway through the night.
Let's turn them down now. Let's go. Woo. Wait, are they turned down?
Amelia does actually have the ability to do that, I think, since she's attached to this house in this character still.
Oh, dark
Sure.
one,
I don't know,
please.
so.
Oh, dark one.
Yeah.
Laura's begging
God,
to, I think. Oh
Virus!
my god, that's hilarious. Are you gonna grovel?
Virus with the raid. Hello,
Oh, you're not gonna grovel? Oh, okay, I guess you don't grovel at anyone.
What?
Virus just raided us.
Oh my god!
Yay!
What the heck? Hey, Virus, sorry I didn't see you come in here. We were too busy talking about Alaura being a demon here that we completely missed you guys.
I'm not a mere demon.
Yeah, you're one of the great ones, right? Yeah.
Whee!
Welcome in, Virus's party people. Where are you guys coming in from? Thanks so much for the raid, Virus. Hi, everyone.
Fellow Canadian bro, thanks for the raid.
Hey, we are doing a little housing tour of my different builds over the years, including a lot of nightclubs that some of you guys might be familiar with. We're currently, right now, at Eluded Ecstasy. And I'm here, though, on ISO and Alaura's channel, Housing Talk, where they interview housing designers and artists from around our Final Fantasy.
Yeah, Virus has been on in a couple of my housing streams before, so he's definitely not new to our chaotic banter here.
Oh, of course, there you go.
Yeah.
What chaotic banner?
You know exactly what it is.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's always.
But yeah, I guess we can kind of move on to the next one here then, right? Now that we've got all the new people in. Let's head on to... how are we doing on time here? 6:30. Ooh, okay, so we got about an hour left here?
Yeah, hour, yeah.
Okay, we gotta really speed
going.
through these, Noah. We've got 6, 7, we still got up to 11.
Don't
so
worry,
we gotta really
some of
speed
this
through
is
these.
like, we can like truncate some of these ones.
Okay,
like,
yeah,
so
just...
it's more of like
okay.
a transition one.
Okay, so
Come
let's
on,
just...
Noah, let's go.
Yeah,
let's go.
We can... Sorry, I know you really just switched your character. Yes, you could turn
I'm
the lights on.
Oh no.
But yeah, let's head over to Lover Gill.
So that's Crystal Diablos Mist Ward 5+15.
Oh, that's why I missed. Okay. Now it's gonna be caramel latte.
Oh, you left her over there? Oh, for easy transports.
Yeah.
So
Wait,
Laura's gonna have she's gonna have a hair dye, like a 1-second hair dye.
What?
You're on caramel latte, right? On Diablos or not?
Right. Well, not on Diablo. Wait.
Oh yeah, we're going to Diablos right now. We're going to Lover Go.
Oh, we're on Crystal still?
Yeah. We got 2 more that we're gonna rush through, and then we're gonna head to Dynamis. So,
oh crap!
yeah.
I thought we were going to Dynamis.
Oh, no.
I can't read apparently.
It's okay.
My bad. I'll be back.
All right.
Can't get good, reliable co-hosts anymore these days.
I know that too well.
Wow. Okay. My bad. Wait, that's the wrong one.
It's Ward. It's Mist. Diablos Mist. Ward 5+15.
Diablos Mist. You're like really like.
What?
So,
Huh?
so while people are running, oh, good.
Yep, you're good. What?
So while people are running over here, I'll give a little context. So, So this is Lover Guild. So this is not a nightclub. This is a game show venue. So Amelia hosts a game show, a dating game show called Love or Gill, which is based off of, I believe it's called Love or Host.
Okay.
And so she made it Eorzea centric though. This is like Love or Host, the original concept. Amelia could probably say it in the chat a little bit, but it is like it's from like outside of the 14 scene. But she was very inspired by that game show idea, and so she wanted to do the Eorzea version of that, which is Love or Gill. The concept is they have a bunch of dating contestants on the event. There's a eligible bachelor or bachelorette, and then people are like trying to win a date with them. And so before though, the contestants before the event begins, all the contestants who are trying to win over the bachelor, right? They actually choose whether they are in it for the love or the gill. So basically, whether they actually want to have a date with this person,
gill all the way, right? They want housing projects.
If they're
I'd rather have the gill.
I'm sorry. Yeah, gill all the way for the housing projects, but whatever.
Exactly. So basically, without them even getting a chance to really talk to the person, and they don't know ahead of time who the actual bachelor is going to be, right? So they have to just blind choose whether they want to win money or they want to win a date.
Yeah.
And so if they were chosen at the very end of the whole dating situation, then they basically get whatever they chose, right?
Gill, yeah.
So then there's this fun tension that happens as the contestants are getting kind of interviewed by the bachelor, bachelorette, and they go through a bunch of different activities to kind of like, speed dating and like getting to know and asking questions and stuff. And then so the bachelor, bachelorette is trying to kind of figure out like who's in it for the love and who's in it for the gill, and then kind of who they vibe with. And then of course the contestants are trying to fake it or make it. And it's a very fun whole thing that plays out. Amelia has hosted a couple of these, and I believe she's actually gonna bring it back? ?
Oh,
I thought I heard
the third show, episode 3.
They were gonna
Lover Gill episode 3 is gonna happen.
Yeah, can I just get Gill? I just wanted to get the Gill.
There you go, Pride Edition. So is that happening this week, perhaps even? So.
Yeah.
You can follow Amelia right there in Twitch chat. You can follow her, and it'll be on her stream probably
on her
this
Twitch channel
week or very, very soon. Next week. There you go.
We'll give her a little follow to see that upcoming episode of Lover Gill next week with Amelia.
There you go. So outside here, there is a little stage. So even though I said this is not a nightlife venue, usually the way that Lover Guild works is they have a pre-party to get everyone all amped up and everything, and while they're kind of getting the contestants all set. So usually they'll have like a DJ, someone awesome come and play some music for people, maybe like a pre-party and sometimes even an after-party. And so technically the third version of Lover Guild built
Noah.
the second one.
Kind of breaking up there.
Yeah, Noah's breaking up.
Oh, I think you're good now.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Am I better now?
Yeah, you're better now.
Comcast has been acting some weird stuff lately. Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah, you're good now. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, I did not build the very first version of Lover Gill, but I did get commissioned to build the second version, which we then moved though from a different location in Shirogane over to here when we got this beautiful plot. And so in all the different versions, though, there was this sort of like pre-party thing. So when we moved it over here, there was this idea of we want to have a sort of stage going on. And so the thing is, you'll see when we go inside that there's the Love or Gill theme. There's obviously like a kind of a love aspect, right? So like a red kind of theme.
Love aspect, right? Doesn't mean for sure, right?
Yeah. Well, but you might think though, like, why is there so much blue out here, right?
Kind of.
One may wonder why there's so much blue out here, and that's because and this whole situation is supposed to be is not just Lover Guild, but it's supposed to be the Eorzean broadcast studio, and it's Amelia's like venue, like it's like her broadcast studio game show space as a whole.
Okay, cool.
So it happens to be hosting Lover Gill at this moment, but the concept that Amelia wanted was that the overall venue space is hosting Lover Gill, but it's also like a theater that is her theater. And her motif is the Morpho butterfly and a lot of blues in her like VTuber model and her kind of stream aesthetic. And so that's why this yard is actually more of a Morpho butterfly yard. and not
Right.
love or Gil specifically.
Which is why it's got the blue accents. I see.
Right, which
That's
is why
cool.
it's a blue accent. Yes, and it's kind of a butterfly-y kind of motif.
Yeah.
Which you'll now see if we go inside.
Yes.
You're going to see what I just described also at play here inside of the Lover Guild venue. So here we are. This is
Whoa.
Amelia's Love or Guild.
Yay!
Kill! Kill, kill, kill!
Gil. Gil for sure.
So
Oh wow.
if you, as you can see, we have here the big chair with, where the main bachelor bachelorette can sit, and then we have all the
Maid
contestants would
squeeze.
sit on these chairs over here on stage, and they're surrounded by balloons of love, and then the Gil that is tempting them. Small little detail here.
I'm definitely
I also
tempted. I'm gonna stand on this side.
Exactly. I
The Gil.
specifically put gold bars both around everything, but also I very specifically wanted the chair to be surrounded by the gold bars too.
Right.
Kind of like almost like right around the contestants and where even the main bachelor bachelorette is sitting. There's always this overarching like kind of
Yeah.
like presence of this like, hey, we're still love and Gil, right? So there's like, that person that you're vibing with, they
Yeah.
could have chosen Gil,
If only.
So there you go. So you can see that the stage with all the red is very much game show red. I mean, it's very it's all about the Lover Gil, right? Aspect. That's the theme.
Right.
What about the Gil?
If you actually look above, the ceiling is meant to be kind of like a butterfly motif. So
That's
it's
too
kinda
high
got-
for me to see. Okay.
yeah.
What?
You can use, if anyone's in game, you can use /tilt camera 100 if you want to like look way up. But yeah, so if you look kind of at the ceiling and even at the seating area, like the
Right.
stands and stuff, it's all the blue element. And so that is, again, the idea is the venue space, the overarching encompassing space is Amelia's theater and the Eorzean broadcast studio. And at this very moment, the stage is just decorated to be hosting Lover Gil.
Right.
And so you see the sort of crystal elements and the night sky, and even like the sort of like sweeping what is it, the curved elements on the roof like design is meant to be like butterfly wings. You know how like if you look at the morpho butterfly wings that are right there center stage,
Right.
you can kind of see how on a butterfly wings there's that kind of like crystalline look almost to them, and it's very like organic with the moving lines and the sweeping
yeah.
it's not like stick straight,
Right,
It's got
right.
like a lot of curves to it.
Right.
So that's why the ceiling is a very butterfly motif. There is sort of the little lanterns hanging all around it, which is supposed to bring in the butterfly again motif. And then quite happy how the stadium seating turned out. So there's like nice seating no matter where you are. And we do actually fill the stands here with people all sitting there watching the game show, giving them the immersive game show experience.
Wow.
So that is a live, filmed in front of a live studio audience.
They better give me some Gil though.
She's just waiting there with her arms crossed, expecting it. Oh, Amelia
Exactly.
gave some kill just right now. You didn't have to dance.
There it
if
is,
she's
there it
throwing
is.
Gil at you.
Wait,
Wow.
so there's
amazing.
always like 10 contestants. That's a lot to get through in there.
Yeah.
I was
It
just
is. It's
kidding.
a couple hours show.
I was kidding, Amelia.
Wait, about what? Well, you want Gil though. That's not fake though.
Yeah,
I see, look,
but
she's giving you Gil right
I'm
now.
just. She was, but I didn't go with it.
Oh, so you want love then instead?
Yeah, come here, Amelia. Give me a little kiss. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm gonna run away.
Okay, so we got a prediction going on in chat right now, and I see that love is winning. I can't believe you guys. I wish I could vote, but I'd be voting Gil if I were you. So.
Okay, someone there.
Oh, what's going on? Wait, where'd Alaura go?
I went in the audience. I'm getting away before I get in more trouble.
Oh, it's okay.
What?
You're always in trouble.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's true. All right.
Yeah, you might as well just.
All right, let's
You
go.
might as well be confident
Well-
about it. Yeah.
So a couple small other little details. So with the game, the whole idea that this is a game show, right?
Right.
One of the big things was that I wanted to again give the very much immersive like game show experience. So I looked at a lot of like actual game shows and how do they hold their stages? How does this all work? Especially how does the stage work and the movement on and off stage? Because that's like a big thing of like game shows, right? Is that contestants can kind of like pop on stage, right?
Right.
So something that was a challenge here was both getting the stadium seating here, but then also making sure that like contestants could like walk through this like back area to get to behind stage, kind of secretly almost. So there's like right near the doorway here. There's actually tunnels and stuff, so you can walk beneath the stadium seating, so you don't have to like walk in front of everyone necessarily.
Wait, am I rocking? I think I went outside the build. Hang on a second.
What you're rocking?
Okay.
What
Like,
are you rocking?
If you're back on here,
Back
near the
here.
door,
Okay,
right?
back here.
And then you
Oh,
can
I
go
didn't
to
notice
like
these
side
passageways. What the heck?
Yeah,
That's
so you can go
cool.
like to these passageways,
Okay.
and then you're backstage, and so people can stage back
Okay.
here. So for one, you can walk out onto stage like as a contestant like this, and you can appear just
Okay.
like you would on a game show.
Oh
from behind the panels.
wow, that's cool.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
And then
Can
boom,
they-
you're on stage. And so that is a very game show kind of thing, right? Where you
Yeah.
have all the kind of like sweeping curves and like
Right,
the
right.
the colored panels and stuff, and you can appear suddenly. But also, then behind stage again, I added little stairs so that Amelia or anyone particular can have like a very grand kind of magical entrance where they can go
Oh,
up
up
here
here.
and then walk through this window.
Right, the
and they
one-way
can kind of
mirror,
like just
yeah.
suddenly,
Oh.
yes, and they can just suddenly appear out on
Wow.
stage.
Woo!
Boom,
It's
through the curtain.
magic. Oh,
So
they should do it like
That is- Oh, that's so. This is all in the lobby of a large. That's crazy.
yes,
Do
this is
they-
all in the lobby of a large.
God.
So
do they do it like the Price is Right? Come on down. You're the next contestant on Love or Kill. That'd be awesome.
That would
they
be.
do.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole thing. Like, you guys should watch
Okay.
it if you guys haven't seen it, because Amelia and her team do a fantastic job of really trying to play up the whole like game show thing. With
Right.
the sound effects and the soundboard and the announcer and the narrator and the Amelia's Love or Kill.
Oh my god,
Everything.
That's
so
awesome.
It's great. It's a whole.
that's very
experience,
fun. And
Yeah.
Amelia's having it next week, so you guys just came at the right time. You guys can more than welcome to check that out next week to see how it actually
yeah.
all plays out live.
Aiming for June 30th.
Oh, June 30th.
So-
Okay, awesome. What
Yeah.
day is that though? Just to confirm.
That's a
Day
Monday,
30th.
isn't it?
It's a
That's
Monday night
Monday.
then, June 30th. Nice.
That's a
There you go.
busy day for me.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad, thankful for the opportunity to be a part of this. It was definitely something cool, and it's definitely something different, than anything else I had built. I really loved the opportunity to build something like this that wasn't a nightclub, and it wasn't just like a bar or something like that. I liked the challenge of trying to think in a different mindset, like creating a different kind of experience for people. And
Nice.
yeah, I'm happy that a lot of people have come through here. Have said that they felt like they were at a game show. They're at a live game show taping.
That's
and,
so cool.
Mission accomplished. So
That's awesome. And mission
go.
accomplished indeed. That's really, really cool. Wow. And it's very functional as well. It's not just the aesthetics, like as you showed us with the backstage and everything like that. Wow.
Mhm.
That is cool.
yeah, I try with all the builds that I make to like as much as possible. I never want to break your immersion, so I would I try to like really make it feel like from the moment that even outside to the yard, I
Right.
really want you to just feel like you're fully immersed in the experience and the world that this whole whatever is supposed to happen is supposed to happen, right? You are fully in a game show studio, or you are fully in a nightclub having that experience and that, or whatever it is. So yeah.
Nice.
Um,
Well, yeah, I guess we should head on over to our
Yeah.
last build of the crystal side.
Crystal.
We've still got
Sorry.
4 big builds coming up on Dynamis, and
Yes.
so yeah, we should rush on over to the medium
Yes.
version of.
So this one is
Obsidian.
just more of like a quick
Yeah.
stop,
Right,
because
right.
so what we're about to go over to here. One last thing on Diabolos, which is Obsidian Medium version. So
Right.
Obsidian Nightclub, which many of you guys might know, is a major nightclub that we run every Friday. But the shell of Obsidian Medium still exists here on Diabolos, and so I thought it'd be fun to show you guys what it was before it became the large version that we currently host our parties at.
So we're going to
we're gonna go-
Crystal Diablos Imperium Ward 25 Plot 48.
Yep, same server here if you're in game.
Well,
It's
We're just going to
not
I'm,
Imperium.
I'm sorry, Kit Kat. I didn't see that you ran in there. My bad.
good. Wait, right in where?
Oh. It says Kit Kat, like, notes on me, and I totally ignored her. I did not mean to ignore you, Kit Kat. I didn't even see you. Wait, that sounds worse, doesn't it? Ugh.
Yeah, it does.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. Well, you're saying it's okay, but Kit Kat might not think that it's okay.
Well, that's not my problem, is it?
I'll make it your problem.
I got these two lovely buns out here. Who are these?
Whoa!
Obsidian tip jars. If you guys want to give a little tip to Noah and his staff, you're more than welcome to purchase some of these items. It's sold out. It's
Although
sold
they haven't
out.
been restocked recently, I don't
Sold
think so.
out.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's sold out at the
It's a
moment.
very popular club.
Yes, exactly.
Aw, man, I keep trying to sell out stuff on Fluffy Land, but that does not happen. But
Well, next
Unless
time if we
Zara
do
comes
that
by.
in-depth tour, I'm sure there'll be plenty of very, very wealthy Lalas to come by, so maybe just restock them
Yes.
for then, and you'll be good. Oh, man.
So here we are at Obsidian Medium. So
This is the original version, right, of Obsidian? Or
not the original actually. So
is-
so that's one of the reasons I wanted to show this version
Right.
of the Medium. So Obsidian Nightclub is the only nightclub that I built in every single version or every single size of house. So I actually created the very first concept in my apartment, and then I moved it to a small, which is what we had when we first debuted Obsidian.
Oh,
And then
right.
eventually
Yes,
we got
yes,
this Medium.
yes.
And then I rebuilt. I took the
Yes.
concept from the small and expanded upon it to make the medium build that we're about to see. And then I took the medium build concept and I expanded to the large build that we're about to see after this.
Okay.
So I just wanted just to take a quick stop here so you could see what the medium version looks like, and then you can see how then it expands and evolves.
Okay, let's head on
so-
inside then here.
Yeah. There's stuff in the yard
Oh,
here of
sorry.
like the little garly and stuff being used and kind of
I'll
like
come
the
back out.
structural stone stuff. Trying to get a very so Obsidian's concept overall is a very like reclaimed like industrial warehouse that has now been turned into a techno club.
Right.
And so I wanted this one, as opposed to Prominence being very lush and kind of elegant, this one's supposed to feel more kind of like gritty and industrial.
Okay.
So here you go. So you'll see these elements at play when we go to the large as well. When you go inside Obsidian here, there are some items that I had to pull out in order to make the large version. So originally here, where Alaura is jumping, there would have been the Queen's Rest, which, if you guys know, the Queen's Rest is a giant slab of stone with a sword attached to it. But I flipped it backwards, so all you could see was the Queen's Rest. You'll see it in Obsidian Large.
Right.
But basically, the concept was that the Queen's Rest stone was an obsidian stone,
Right.
and it's the build, or that's the stone that they found that like the name or the club gets its name from.
Right.
There you go.
That's ingenious.
So here you go. This is just like a little entryway, and then you walk downstairs, and then boom, you're in
You
Obsidian.
got the concrete
Woo!
stuff that Noah was talking about in the greenery in this build as well.
Yep. Concrete Zen. You
Yes.
Wow.
Oof.
So
DJ.
Whoa.
Lord.
here you go. This is
DJ
Obsidian-
Fluffy.
That's your debut.
Wham, wham, wham. So, yeah, welcome to Obsidian Medium.
Wow.
It is very lush. It's very green. For those of you who know Obsidian Large, I'm sure you're going to notice a couple of elements that look very familiar to you. For one, the circular chandelier up the top, which has been modified in the large version, and also pulls the circular chandelier thing from Prominence to kind of pull that element in here. There is the Ichi DJ decks, which you saw at Ichi Nightclub, and I modified a version of that here for Obsidian.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And so I used the Ichi version though because they use less item slots, and it's also in the bottom floor of this build. So
Right.
once again, do not float stuff from below. So Ichi DJ decks worked perfectly here. I wanted to bring in a lot of the greenery. And a big thing here, which you can't see in this version, but you will see in the large version, is in the pillars here, I had Garlean stoves, the blue stoves, and I had them all
Right.
stacked on top of each other.
From the
to
fates,
create
right?
pillars.
Yeah. The bicolors.
Yeah. And from the bicolor gemstones, exactly.
Yeah.
And so right from the one of the very earliest concepts that I created, even in the apartment first concept version of Obsidian, was using the Garlean stoves as blue LED pillars, which is pulled from another club IRL that I know where they actually had LEDs all over the pillars. And so I thought that was really cool, and I wanted to bring that into here and kind of have it be more neon, mind you, this is all before we had the neon wall lights and a lot of the Solution 9 stuff. So we didn't have any of that when we were building this, right? But I wanted to figure out a way to get the neon LED stuff going on. So in the pillars here would have been the blue Garlean stoves, and that is those being in the pillars is something that has been at every single iteration of
like the
Obsidian
evolutions, right? Yeah. You
Yes.
did kind of put semi-neons. You got these dance poles here, royal blue or dragoon blue, right? To get that kind of
Yes.
similar effect right here. You see this little detail you put right underneath this alpine lamp
Exactly.
here? Right here.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's, and same thing with like having the blue flowers with the rose trellis, right? It's supposed to kind of add a little bit more of those little pops of blue
Right.
into the mix. Bluish purple kind
Yeah.
of thing is the kind of overall palette of Obsidian, of course with some greenery. So yeah, you can kind of again see probably a lot of the elements from Prominence and some of the other things I've built getting pulled into here, but then obviously with a bit more of a different flavor, a different more underground gritty kind of thing going on. So that's Obsidian Medium, and now we can head to Obsidian Large.
Yeah,
and
so
then
this
you
one's
can
over
see-
on Dynamis, so we'll have to do a little server hop over there,
All right.
or a DC
For
hop.
real?
Unless you do have a character or an alt on Dynamis, you can just quickly log in over there. We're heading over to Marilith, which will be for the remainder of our stream in the Goblet Ward,
Yep,
or
yep.
the Goblet District. So... Why are you laughing? You literally went to Dynamis before all of us.
I did, but I came back.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just heading over to that one. An Obsidian large version on Dynamis, Marilith, Goblet, Ward 28, plot 30.
But large and in charge.
Just head on over there. Just gonna put these little stills up as we head on over there. These are all stills that the wonderful Alaura took from all of our previous streams.
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Yeah,
You are.
recognized. 11 in Q. Oh, there we go. Where am I?
Ooh, look at this lovely standby screen. Nice.
Yeah, this is all Alaura's doing. It's amazing. All the screenshots she took of our previous tours and previous design interviews.
Love it.
Yeah,
Where am I? Oh, Goblet.
that was the one with Luna, right? The spaceship, Luna Del Cielo, another housing
Yeah.
designer on X. Yeah,
Look at these cool builds. Heckin' cool.
yeah, that's her KFC build. She's dressed as a Colonel Sanders there.
Oh my god, I want
to
KFC.
hear, yeah, I want KFC right now too.
Sounds amazing. Big fan.
I don't. Our KFC's nasty.
It is greasy, so that's why you can only have it once in a while. Yeah.
I can have it whenever I want. I just choose not to.
Oh, that's Hacking Tide Noah right there. Liara came to
Oh.
visit us when we were building out that Easter build. Yeah.
Poor Liara.
Looks
I don't
good.
know
Oh,
why we
there it is.
subjected her to that.
Well, she came with her own, on her own volition though to come support. So,
That's true. She's very sweet.
well, that's the one rare moment you see Alaura bowing down to me.
What?
Yeah, you were bowing down to me in that picture.
Oh, I must have felt sorry for you or
Yeah,
something.
probably. You must
I
have
don't
pitied
know.
me or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something.
Where are we heading to? Okay.
So when you get there, we're going to the Goblet, Ward 28, and Plot 30.
Yes. She was tying her
Oh.
shoe. Teague, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, you're right. She wasn't bowing down.
Wait, what? Oh, I
brought the
went to the
picture.
wrong one. No, I went
No,
to the
it's
wrong
long
place.
past now. Yeah. Oh,
I went to the wrong place.
I've done that before, where you go into a house and there's like 7 people staring at you, and you just walk out.
Well, no, he said it, and I was like, "What? I'm in Ward 9. That's the next one."
Yeah. Yes, like I think all the other ones are right. Yeah, I think all the rest of the 3 after that are in Ward 9. So
Golly,
won't be too much
I'm
moving around
sorry,
this now.
Noah.
Yes. Yeah.
he just said yes.
What?
What?
You said it won't be too much. Oh, never mind.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Well, I guess if you say it is.
Oh no, I'm starting to glitch out. Oh my god.
Oh!
Oh no.
That's condemning me for saying these horrible things about Alaura, I think. Okay, no, I got it now. It's
what
good
you
now.
get. Oh, there's Dessa's place.
I'm gonna just take out these little stills here so we can... Is everyone here right now, or is it just Alaura? We're still waiting for Alaura?
Yeah, you're still waiting on me. Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry. Where am I going? Somewhere.
Yeah, as people are running over here, maybe I can just start talking about
Yeah,
the yard.
yeah, exactly.
Since I know we're a little tight on time.
Yes.
I mentioned that the
plot.
medium... Was it? Plot 30.
Plot 30.
Yes.
Wait, am I in the wrong place?
It's
Mirrorless, Goblet,
Yeah.
Ward 28, Plot 30.
I'm a cricket! Oh no. Okay.
All good, all good. You'll make it here.
Yeah,
and when
you're
you
good.
get here, you guys can see. So now with a large plot, and our group also owns the little house right next to it there. So I synced the two plots up and created one giant industrial structure, basically, out here. So the whole idea out here was to make the plots feel like they fuse together and they kind of blend, and that you're outside a giant sort of like warehouse type situation. And then the club is kind of like in this industrial warehouse park area, you know? So, so I brought in the whole Garlean thing that you saw at Medium Obsidian. We got those Garlean items like right around the time I was redoing the Medium Obsidian, but didn't quite know what to do with them at the time. But then once we got the plots over here on Dynamis, first of all, we have a lot more item slots to use, and I had some ideas and stuff, and so that's where I built this out, and wanted to create like a fun outdoor space, partially because I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but when nightclubs in our nightlife scene cap, which is around 100 to 120-ish people in the venue, no one else can load into the house. And so a lot of times if this happens, you end up taking the party outside into the yard. So this is also a reason why at a lot of venue spaces, you end up wanting to build out the yard into a space that is both a pretty yard, but also kind of like got its own stage and kind of got its own like fun dance floor-y area. So that's this area was meant to be kind of like you're still very much in the vibe and flavor of Obsidian, of all that stuff, but inside here.
Wait, both of you check your DMs right now.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
Why are you hiding in the bushes, though?
I don't know. I'm just trying to show both sides. Like I'm on the screen.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
Don't worry about
We're
Noah.
good.
Yeah, it's just
We're
I don't
good
want to
right
rush
now,
or
so-
anything because I really want to go through these
Sure.
with you. So yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
last couple of things here too. Some of them it's not as lengthy, you know. It's
Okay.
so we have so here we are though. Yeah, Obsidian. I'm very proud of how this. It's very cool. It's very fun. There's a lot of different like areas to dance around. It looks really cool when there's a lot of people here. 'Cause there's people dancing like all around, on different levels.
Yeah,
which
this
is
is where we
something-
showed our Teague Mos Eisley Cantina version. It's the same place, except it's been reconfigured back to normal, right?
No,
Or
so
is that somewhere else?
That build uses a similar design schema
Oh.
of using all the Garlean stuff, and they also sync their two plots together. But it's a completely different group. That's a completely
Right.
different group.
Okay,
But they do
okay.
use a similar situation there. Yes.
Oh, I see.
Now we can infiltrate them. Yes.
Yeah.
Pew pew. I'm just kidding. Haha, I'll come back. All right. Boom.
So here we are inside
Ooh,
of
oh.
large
Oh.
Obsidian.
Look at the
we're
neons he was talking
inside
about, the
already.
Garlean stoves all along there.
Ah.
Yeah.
So caramel
there you go.
latte is
Yeah, you can
Alaura,
see-
for all you guys don't know. Yeah.
Ah,
What?
yes.
Yes.
Yep, that's me.
That's you,
Hi,
that's you.
what's up? Oh, look.
Yeah, so there you go. Where Laura's standing, you can see the obsidian stone. So that was the one that I said got removed in the medium version, right? It got moved over here.
Right.
So that again is supposed to be the namesake of like obsidian gets its name because we found or whatever obtained this obsidian slab, which is right there behind the DJ booth. And so you can also see again the blue lanterns, right? So the blue Garlean stoves inset with the pillars here. So this is it's a much more like beefy built out version of them. They were like more of like a single pillar before, but now it's like a pillar on a bunch of different sides. So yeah, but that is such a core, like that idea of the blue pillars is such a core thing from Obsidian's inception, and so I really wanted to like bring it over here to the large version, and that was actually one of the very first things that I installed in here was trying to figure out how to work with the pillars in the large, and then also to make bring that aesthetic that you saw in the medium. Because mind you, at the time when we built this, we did not have the ability to swap the interior walls, so all of this is built in the goblet's interior, right? So I have to hide all that goblet stuff. So I used a lot of item slots in here, actually just hiding the goblet stuff. And so you can even, if you look closely at the pillars, you can see a little bit of the goblet bullshit kind of like poking through.
The goblet bullshit. Is that the hashtag? Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, you can see a little sandstone crap. It's like peeking out. Yeah. Blah. So
I don't see anything. It's
but
good.
You can barely tell. Yeah, me too. I don't know what you're talking about. So
hypothetically,
then obviously,
right? Yeah.
Hypothetically, yeah. And then as we were building out, as I was building this, this is right in the time frame when Dawn Trail launches, right? So we get a bunch of the Solution 9 stuff, and so that's why I shift a little bit from some of the other things that I was doing in the medium and previous versions to really try to get a bit more of that like neon techno cyber club aspect in, which again, we just didn't have the items. We didn't have the ability to like do a lot of that earlier on. And so I know that some people, and I'll admit, I would love to redo parts of this maybe to like integrate a bit more of the greenery back in. I know that's something that people really love about the medium version, but at the time of me building this, one of the big things was I kind of really wanted to make a nice differentiator between the Garden Party and Prominence versus Obsidian. Right. And I liked the idea of kind of really bringing to life that other aesthetic of Obsidian, which is this very underground neon cyber techno club. And so that's why I kind of went really all in on a lot of the neon lighting in here and trying to really get that effect in place. So I have like the dance floor is circled with the lights. I really like how this kind of back wall turned out. It's meant to be kind of, again, like a bit of an LED, like it would be an LED wall in a real life club. But in this case, it's more of like giving you the effect of kind of if the lights were poking through LED screens and like kind of have
like strobe lights and whatnot, right? Yeah.
Yeah, some of them are on, some of them are off at this very moment. But in theory, the whole wall could be like, light up and stuff.
Nice.
Again, pulling in the ceiling stuff, the ceiling chandelier from Prominence and other versions of Obsidian, evolving the bar from like what you saw at Medium Obsidian, but making it even bigger and kind of expanding it to fit into a large build.
Right.
And you'll see like the structure of kind of the seating areas raised around the dance floor is again using the same elements that I used in all the other versions, which is the royal plotting table, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Factory stairs, and then kind of the the verdant half partitions and the Yulmoran divans.
Yeah.
All of those things,
like the steel beams coming up, right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And so that pattern, basically the way that we have the beams there, the Yulmoran divans, the royal plotting tables, factory stairs leading up to there, the Garlean concrete walls, factory partitions, which is the sort of like metal grating or like the rusted chain link fence stuff there, the Hingen lamps hanging down from the sides. All of those things were pretty much the core elements for every single version of the build. And the nice thing about those though is it's very modular. As long as you are a little bit clever with your spacing, you can rearrange those to fit any different size. And so the sort of look of the seating areas has pretty much been the same key building blocks, but then just rearranged and reformatted to every other version of Obsidian to like still fit.
Whatever size you have.
Yes. So a lot of the DNA though is very like this is like the only build that I have, the only series of builds that I have where I've been building and like upgrading it across different sizes. And so that's something that I think is pretty cool. With Obsidian in particular, is that the DNA of that has been like really pulled and expanded upon with each iteration it's going through. So yeah.
So yeah.
Question there? Yeah, what do you got?
yeah, I guess we can move along to the ninth build of the tour, right? So
Sure. You could
Let's-
quickly want to look if you also smaller thing DJ decks. There's a more like techie version of DJ decks that I built
yeah.
here.
Oh, okay, I see.
It's a little more futuristic looking.
Yes.
You know, it's like a futuristic version of the Ichi DJ decks, and again, kind of evolving each time. So evolving Ichi to be a little more techie, also using some of the more modern items, and then you'll see this a version of this gets expanded upon when we go over to the attic at the very end.
Okay,
So-
nice.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let's quickly head
Yeah.
over to the garden party space out there on build number 9.
Cool.
Where I was
So
before.
we're in the same. We're just going a different ward in the goblet. Ward 9. Yeah, Ward 935. Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I wasn't there before because I was over on Kraken instead of Maryland. That's right.
Well, we're gonna be staying on Ward 9 here for the rest of the tour. So
Yes.
Yeah.
The rest of the stuff we're seeing today is all Ward 9.
Thanks for making it easier for me, Noah.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Oh, I was about to go to Kraken again. I don't
Oh my God.
What is wrong with me? I'm a creature of habit.
Okay. So
looks
here we're
like
going to
it's
be
locked here. So I'm assuming we're gonna be staying on the
Yeah.
outside here, right?
correct. We are not going inside.
Okay.
Oh, we're denied.
So here is the evolution of the garden party. So when we were at Prominence, right, we were outside in the yard, and now we have a new version of the garden party, which we have hosted here ever since Dawn Trail dropped. Especially because for a while we literally couldn't get back to Crystal, right? Other people couldn't travel to Crystal, and so actually pre-Dawn Trail, I had already started kind of like knowing that I wanted to shift some of my clubs to Dynamis because there was a lot of opportunity here to get different kinds of plots and different kinds of things to experiment with. So yeah, anyway, come Dawn Trail time, we started throwing parties here, and I recreated a new version of the garden party yard here, but because the plot is like radically different than the Gridanian plot or the Lavender Beds plot that I had, I wanted to switch it up and try a different kind of version of the yard. And so yeah, here is the new version of the garden party, and this is the area that we host this every single Sunday. So
Wow.
we host our garden party here every Sunday now, including this Sunday. So yeah.
Wait, that's tomorrow. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you should come on out,
It is
Alaura,
tomorrow.
and celebrate.
Yeah. So you can see I used a lot of the more recent items, like from Dawn Trail and that kind of thing here. I still tried to pull in a lot of the familiar kind of overall aesthetic from the other garden party, but probably the most noticeable and big thing is that I completely reworked the stage here. And
Right.
fun small little side bit is that this version of the stage I actually was developing for a sort of like little side project over on EU, and I was experimenting with a different sort of stage over there, and a plot that I had over there. And then I ended up actually thinking that it would be perfect for this version of the garden party, and so I ended up putting it over here. And now that is the new stage over here. Which,
So it all works out in the end.
yeah.
Oh wow.
So it's really, I'm glad that you're seeing this too with the lights on, because it's very pretty. I think a lot of the yards look a lot better with the lights on.
Yeah, most of the
and
time
kind
at nighttime, I think. Yeah, especially here.
Yeah. Low light inside and then like nighttime outside. It's super nice. Like really, really
I like the
pretty.
backdrop of the goblet windmills as well towards the apartments. That's a nice
Yes.
G-posing look there.
And right to the right of that tower is where the sun sets every day.
Oh.
So it's beautiful at sunset. Perfect for
Nice.
the garden party vibes. So
Nice.
yeah.
How much jump up here? That's the important question.
Oh, on the light over there? Oh, you're trying to get to the roof, huh?
Yeah,
Always the
higher
rebel.
the better.
People know how to get up there. I mean, I've seen people get up there, so it is possible.
Oh man, I have not some people.
Oh wow.
Wow, that is totally off. Okay.
There you go. So yeah, do you have any questions for here, or what would you like to?
I guess I just want to say that, like, how much it's evolved from the original one outside of Prominence. Like, there's definitely a lot more space for people to, well, like, horizontally, right? But
What
I think here it's like, usually lavender beds I would say is like the most beautiful when it comes to like when you think of gardens, right? But I think it just accents very well here in the Goblet, despite it being like a deserty kind of environment. It's kind of like an oasis in the middle of a desert. That's how I think of it here. So it's really nice.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, Goblet is not known for being kind of like aesthetically beautiful outside, I think. So that was one of the challenges with making the garden party over here, is you don't have all of the natural greenery and stuff. And so I kind of wanted to figure out a kind of a way where you are still kind of enclosed by like a naturey feel. So that's why I kind of used some of the... What was that?
I'm sorry, I was thinking Kit Kat. She helped me see how to get on the roof.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you guys
I'm
made
sorry.
it up there? Oh, yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah, yeah. A great vantage point up there. And yeah, so, using some of the like stargazer decks and some of the wooden things and stuff, kind of framing the yard with that, and then using again the wisteria trees to kind of block a little bit of the view,
Right.
of some of the stone. To
Make it
kinda
a bit
keep
more
you-
intriguing, right? Whoa, what's behind there?
Yeah. And it's supposed to feel a little bit then like you're kind of like in a little grotto, right? Like
Right.
you said, an oasis,
It's
right?
not just out in the open, right? Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I really like that we're able to kind of create a lush setting here. It would be honestly ideal if we could have a lot of these things over in like a lavender bedsy situation.
Right.
But yeah, I think this is a different feel from the original yard. As you mentioned, there's the orientation of like where the stage is, but I think it has a great feel to it. And I know a lot of people, I think anyway, from what our feedback we get, a lot of people still feel that like it really does come through in this like the vibe, the garden and the Zen aspect and kind of the healing, chill, uplifting vibes, So
Yeah.
yeah. And so a little like insider scoop here is we're outside right now and the building is locked, but I am working on building the inside, and so
Ooh.
Let's go. Let's see what's going on.
Secrets. We can't.
the plan is for that to debut in sort of mid-July timeframe-ish. So
Or now.
possibly subject to a little change, but
Now.
that is the plan of or now, but it's not quite ready yet. So we'll have
Aw.
to show you. I guess I'll have to come back on the stream.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to come back
right?
mid-July
I
then.
guess you gotta
So
have me back. Oops.
yeah.
I'm hired. Nice.
You won't
Yeah,
get paid anything. I sure don't.
Oh, that's fine. That's everything on receipt. So we got. Yeah, it's all free. It's all free for the people. For the people.
Oh my god.
So, but yeah. So hopefully next time we chat, maybe there'll be another build here.
That'd
and
be
you'll
awesome, man.
see a interior and like a garden party venue space. like a
Wow.
full-on
Yeah, I can't wait for that.
So,
But yeah, let's head on over to our 10th build of the tour, our second last build, which is the Saitoshii Event Center. Same ward, plot 38, so we can just kind of run on over there
just
right
run over
now.
here. Yep.
Yeah, or mount over, yeah.
What?
Mount over there.
Okay.
Wee!
So this pulls obviously a lot of like little like design cues from the garden party, kind of like pulling the aesthetic through. You may notice that across kind of like a bunch of the builds here.
Right.
So that. Well, yeah. I mean, so the yard. So here's the thing. In this area, right, we have a couple of different houses that like our collective community and group owns and operates. And they're trying to create like a cohesive townscape. Here,
Right.
Right. This is Saitoshii. So right now we are in the Saitoshii district, so to speak. Of which you might notice that like a lot of the houses all kind of sync with their aesthetic, and that is not by accident. That is meant to make it feel like you're all kind of in a cohesive, townscape together. And this is like the next evolution of kind of like my vision of wanting to bring my world, my vision sort of up to life, which is that it's not just solo siloed clubs out random different places, but it's actually like a cohesive whole
It's like
thing.
a
that kind of
clubbing
comes together.
/ Saitoshii district. right?
Exactly. Yes.
Nice.
And so one of the reasons I wanted to include this build, even though this is not like per se like my most spectacular thing, is I wanted to just take a moment to also like show that like integrated with the other club spaces and stuff are these social spaces, these hangout spaces that we're developing for our community. You know, my fans and my stream community, and really the Saitoshins, the people who kind of rally around all of our events.
It's got a nice ring to it, and you can see the garden party from over here.
Do they have their own language?
We're working on
that's in the works, right?
You never know.
For a future stream.
Oh man.
There you gotta have me back. We'll teach the language to
Yeah,
everybody.
exactly.
Yeah.
Masterclass.
Yeah. So this yard is, and this building in particular is meant to be an event center. So inside is a space that the whole idea was we could host seasonal events here and kind of change and redecorate the inside to fit whatever season and whatever was going on. So outside is just sort of like a beautiful kind of yard. I wanted the entryway to feel a little extra grand, so that's why there's the statues.
Right.
And then you know, kind of like make it feel like a happening place, like a town center,
Right.
city hall or something, you know, kind of thing. And then if you go inside, it's still decorated from Christmas, sorry, starlight. So you can see though what I mean by if you go inside the space, event center. So here is where we held our community holiday party. So I decorated this space to look like a little Christmas town. So we got a little shop window as we walk in here.
I'm on sale. Whee!
And then if we go up here,
oh, I don't have throw. Dang it.
there's a
wow.
there's a whole little like it's supposed to look like a little mini Christmas town.
That's I was here before. Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen this one. Yeah, that's cool.
I sat way back here, away from people.
In the corner, right? Behind the shelves.
Always in the corner. What?
So I mentioned that we had like a bard concert at the outdoor amphitheater like way long ago.
Right.
And so that was an idea that I always wanted to bring back. And so one of the things with this event center is the idea of dressing this place up for seasonal hangouts, like, for example, this community holiday party, and then also hiring some bards in the game to come play live music for us. And so, last December, I decorated this place, and then we hosted a special night here where we had two different bard groups come in, and they played live music on stage there, and everyone just kind of hang out and listen to the live music. We did some fun activities, like Christmassy themed, and it was a thank you to the community, and also just again a chance to do something a little different, to hang out outside of club related things, you know. So and that was really cool. It was great. It was like we filled this room with, I think there was probably 30 or so people, probably 40 plus, that kind of came in and out throughout the night. And
I know you're all about community, so it's like the perfect kind of little more intimate setting for kind of like the peeps that are always coming out, right? Like the regulars. And, just to kind of have a little space to celebrate them is really nice.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, to kind of build on the idea that like I see what we're building here as not just like, oh, this is like a fun little pop-up like nightclub venue. I see this as the start of the sort of the metaverse world, that people will live in some way in, right? Like kind of in the future. Like this is like version 1, right? Of having this kind of virtual existence. And so a lot of what I want to do and with a lot of my builds and my community and kind of here in the metaverse is, help pioneer what that would be like. And if we're thinking about like spending more and more time in a digital world, then it should be a place that has, yes, clubbing and that kind of thing, but like it also should have like community centers, right? And hangout spaces and art galleries and like, all those kinds of things that you would want in a real life community. And so that's also a big thing here is it's not just like fun and nice. I mean, it is those things, but it's also kind of like trying to expand on like the idea that like the metaverse can be a lot of things. And if we really want a space that people can really, like build whole communities in, then it needs to have a variety of different kinds of spaces. And I think it's very fun to try to kind of help pioneer and experiment what those can be. And
I think you're one of the first people to actually kind of like fully do that. This especially like over a stream community too. Like it's not just like I've seen a lot of people on JP, like I think on Meteor and like some of the other servers, they've definitely built out like communities of houses, but not like this. Like they built it for visually aesthetic kind of like GPOs areas, but you're actually making actual like different community centers in like each plot, right? And kind of combining them all into this one little big Saitoshii community space, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes,
Nice.
it is, in theory, everything that you've just seen should all kind of feel like it could belong in the same like downtown.
Right,
you know?
right,
Like, every
right.
build that we've seen today, except for obviously, it's different when I'm building for someone else. So like Eluded Ecstasy, Lovergale, right? Those belong in the
But all
Amelia
your
world.
kind of projects that you're, yeah.
Right. All of them, hopefully, as you've seen them all across all the different things, and in the final build we're about to go to, you know, it should also feel like it is all cut from the same cloth, right? Has the same similar design language.
Same Saitoshii cloth. It's gonna be a new
Yeah, exactly.
clothing brand. Some merch.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, with that, then shall we go to the final?
Yeah, let's head on to the final build, which I'm most excited for Alaura to see actually, because she's actually never seen this one, and I told her it was just absolutely stunning. This last one that you have, your most
Did you?
current
I
build.
don't remember you saying anything.
Yeah, I did. You don't remember though.
Oh man, it happens a lot.
Yeah, it happens a lot. But yeah, let's head on over there. It's build number 11, the attic. Ward 9. Same
Wait, I've seen it.
Oh, you have? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you have never seen it before. Because I asked you the other day and you said, no, I don't think I've seen it before, so.
That was a long time ago, though.
Okay, I guess the other day was maybe like a year ago, I don't know.
Well, not that long, but
So
yeah.
as you okay, go ahead, Laura.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No. You can just please go for it.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I think Noah left it unlocked once, and I went in there.
Oh, yeah, you didn't tell me that. Okay.
Sneaky.
So here's welcome to the attic at Saitoshii. Weekly parties at 7 p.m. PST or 10 p.m. EST, plus pop-up pre-after parties. Let's dance. Yes.
Yeah. So yes, this is the most recent club build that I've built, and we've been running for the last like maybe like half a year, I think, ish or so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So just really quick before we go inside, I want to just call attention to the fact that like right out here, if you look like out across the it's very foggy right now, but sunset happens right here. The sun drops like right in front of.
Oh yeah, to the right of the windmill structure you were talking about, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a beautiful sunset here. This whole like little area right here is meant to be like a little walkway that has the whole sunset.
Right.
There's like the deck where you can go watch the sunset. And then also a little fun thing here is, so if you look at the actual exterior of this house, you'll notice that like, you know, there's a second floor and there's a window, right? Like there's windows in the first floor and the second floor.
Right.
And there's like a balcony situation and then a
Oh,
window
up
and
here,
it looks
yeah.
out toward the sunset, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see that now.
Yeah. So like on this side, right, where the little like these things are, yeah. So so make note of that, because then when we go inside here, I have arranged the interior to play off of that.
Okay.
So immersively.
Oh,
you
immersively through a wall to the outside, right? On the second floor?
Yes.
Oh, that is cool.
know? Yeah.
There's a
So
wall
when you walk
right
inside, we get a cool little like lush lobby space, very a la Prominence. You
Yes.
could probably see the kind of
Coming
like,
from
with
the
drawers
left
and
side
stuff,
this
just like
time, though,
Prominence.
yeah.
Give me
Yes,
all
but this
your
time
money.
we go to the right. And now we of course have the ability to switch exterior or interiors, so I can use the minimalist interior, and so we can do this and walk up here, and this is the attic once again. Boom, here you go. So,
Wow.
and so there you are. Is the attic. It's meant to look like you're looking out to a like a cityscape at sunset.
Oh, wow.
You know. And so I tried to play off of how the exterior has that window, right? That would look out toward the sunset, and it has like the little railing, and there's like a little
Oh,
bit of overhang
here.
over
Oh,
the
my
top.
God.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's supposed to kind of immersively be like, yeah, of course, like, you know, we were out there at sunset, and then we walked
And
the
you
sign
even put the phasmas there as if it was outside of the goblet. That's so crazy.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So the idea is whether you look out past behind the DJ decks or on the sides, above the little like fence area, or if you look above in the ceiling,
Right.
there is the idea that like you are very much on a balcony, like on a rooftop.
Right.
So
Hence
this
the
is
attic. Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Wow.
And so what we call this is the attic, and we say it's a rooftop house party, is the slogan kind of for when we throw parties here. And so I wanted to create a space that felt like I like love like the idea of like throwing parties and like, you know, things at a rooftop. And so I wanted to create this like lush rooftop situation that kind of very much pulls in again all the aesthetic that you've seen so far, but then also was a lot smaller and more intimate feeling than some of the other club spaces that we built, right? So a lot of the other clubs feel very grand, you know, like big dance floor, big thing. This is meant to feel much more like you are in this kind of cozy, intimate situation. And specifically, since you saw it mentioned there that we host parties regularly here, but we also do pre-parties and after parties. And one of the things is, in a like Prominence or Obsidian, the place is so grand that when you get into like the wee late after hours kind of time frame, and there's only like so many people kind of there, like there's not as many people, it sometimes can feel a little bit weirdly big, right? There's like 10 people on the dance floor, and the space is like really big though. So one of the things here was, apart from all the aesthetic stuff I just talked about, was I wanted a space that felt a little bit cozier, where like even if there was only like 10 to 15 people here, it still felt like, oh, that's like a proper party, you know? Like if you were on the rooftop of some New York loft and you had 15 people all like, you know, dancing out there, that's a proper rooftop party, you know? So that's where this kind of, the layout of this and the vibe is getting channeled, is very much looking at a lot of mood board images of rooftops, of gardens on roofs, of nightclubs that have kind of balconies or terraces.
Yeah,
and kind of trying to
terraces is what I was
splice
gonna
a lot
say,
of
yeah.
those together. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like even to like the couches too, when I was looking at like mood board images of rooftop garden situations and kind of like, you know, hangouts, a lot of the couches had this more like, because you have to have like a weatherproof couch, it doesn't have the super like leather sofa look. It has a lot
Yeah,
more
it's
of,
like that kind of like
slipper look.
Oasis, kind of like Cabana kind of look, right? Where it's all whites and stuff and like very outdoorsy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that usually it's much more stiff, right? It's not
Right.
like this very cushy look. It's a little bit more like
Right.
blocked off and stiff, because it's got to be like weatherproof and very durable.
Yeah.
And so I found that these Thavnarian beds perfectly matched that kind of look, you know?
Oh,
Of this
absolutely.
very rugged, outdoorsy
Oh
kind
my
of
god,
look.
no, I don't mean to cut you off, but Denmo just rated us, another fellow
Oh my gosh!
housing content
Denmo!
creator. Denmo, how you doing, man? Glad to
Hey,
bring your
hey.
people over here. Just over here hanging out with
Hey.
Noah and Alaura and a couple other folks.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for that raid.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. And thank you again, Denmo. I couldn't tell you this in voice, but thank you again for visiting Alaura and I's build over on Bismarck, our, which one is it? Blue Band group. Thank you so much for coming by. Yeah.
Blue Man Group, heck yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Raiders. How you guys all doing?
Yeah. What were you guys streaming
Fucking
before
housing.
this? Were you guys streaming housing or something else?
And welcome. We're I'm a special guest here on today's
Yes.
stream. Hi, I'm Noah Saitoshii. Some of you may know me if you're part of the nightlife scene at all. I DJ and stream a lot
just,
in the nightlife space, and I built, run, and operate a bunch of different nightclubs, and I've done a lot of housing and stuff as well in the game. And so we're here at one of my club designs. This is called The Attic, and it is a place that we throw parties every single Friday. It's meant to be a sunset rooftop house party kind of vibe. So welcome in. We're this is actually our final build on the tour today, and it's talking through it. Welcome in.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome in.
Welcome,
And
yeah.
if you guys would like to see the rest of this lovely VOD, we actually will be uploading this very shortly to Twitch, but also our YouTube channel as well. So you guys are more than welcome to check that out on your own time to see the rest of this lovely tour with Noah.
Yeah, we've been talking for like 3.5 hours.
Yeah, over
now,
3
too, so
hours
lots-
now. Yeah, yeah,
Lots of cool
Yeah.
stuff for you to check out.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just kind of talking through what my design thoughts were here building the attic. And so, again, a lot of you'll see it if you watch some of the VOD and you see the rest of the tour. But
Right.
trying to integrate a lot of the greenery in here, very much wanting that very natural wood kind of feel, a very again a very zen space, but one with a lot of good energy. I love this idea of there being this sort of like perpetual sunset here, because that's like the ultimate time to be out at like a rooftop terrace or balcony, right? It's like beautiful sunset, sun is beaming, you're with your best friends having some drinks, listening to great music. It's like that is very much the thing I'm channeling here. This elegant, it's like a very elegant, maybe New York
Posh kind of
right
terrace,
Yeah,
kind of outdoorsy
exactly.
patio feel. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, so pulling a lot of ideas from Pinterest and other places that like IRL rooftopy spaces.
Actually,
something
that's
kind
yeah.
of. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Keep going. No, sorry. Yeah.
So like one of the things that also I kind of tried to get in here was there was this idea of that you walked into the house and then kind of like how are you getting onto the roof. And so I really like this idea of having like a transition zone where like you're distinctly inside the building still when you first walk up the stairs, but then there's this kind of like sliding, almost like doors, right, that would like open up to the rooftop patio. And so,
These
I
little jail
didn't need to do that
partitions here
part,
on
but
the side he's talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, so the theory would be that like those could like slide shut almost, right? Like during a storm or something. And so, yeah, I mean, I that's something little detail that I really liked how it turned out was kind of, originally it was like, oh, maybe it's just all enclosed or something. But then once I landed on the idea of having the sort of the sunset and then, there's skybox above you and all around the sides, even peeking through near the couches and stuff there.
Yeah.
I really like this idea though of like having both a completely exposed to nature area, but then also an area that's a bit more covered, because that's also something that you see in a lot of like rooftop stuff is there's some kind of a transition area, partly that's covered, partly that's like, exposed to the elements and where all the sun comes in. This came together really nicely and fairly quickly because it's pulling from a ton of different build elements that you've probably seen now across like all the different builds. A lot of the design patterns and a lot of the things
The structural elements, like the posts here, the not quite
Right.
overgrown but kind of greenery from the verdants and the hanging ivy, but then
Exactly, yeah.
also
You-
kind of gritty and
Yeah.
industrial as well with the little partitions and the factory elements.
Yes. Right, and it's all kind of like reworked and recombined to fit in this situation. Of course, I have to call attention again to the DJ decks. So
Right.
once again, taking the elements from
Ooh,
all
I
the
like
different
this.
previous versions of my DJ decks
Wow.
to now make this version, which is sort of a fusion between Ichi's DJ decks, Prominences, and then the version at Obsidian.
Wow.
And there's a little bit of each one of them that's in there to create this particular set of DJ decks, which I actually think is one of the nicest looking.
Yeah, I really
from
like this. Is
front
very
angle.
robust and very. It's like a really, really nice, sweet, posh one just for this little area here. It's like that's the main focus. That's like what you'll look on immediately, and you've even got the lighting that centrally focuses on here. This little like circle here. It's like really,
Yeah.
really nice. It's like one of your finest ones, I think. Wow.
Thank you. Yeah, I really liked how this one came out, and like this has like, especially from the front view, like where I'm standing looking at the DJ. I think this is like one of the ones that captures the most from this particular.
Oh
angle,
yeah, from your
the
perspective, look at
silhouette.
that.
Yeah, where
Immediately.
you see even the wires coming out the back. So yes, the DJ decks are plugged in.
The
There are
wires
wires
here,
coming out
yeah,
the back.
right here in this. It's talking about right here. These 4 little wires here.
Yes,
Wow.
and yes, Alaura's right. This is in a medium house here.
Yes.
So, so then, again, kind of pulling in even the overall, like, the structure of the DJ booth and stuff is stuff that I was kind of working on with Prominence and Obsidian, and I pulled that into play here. Something, let's see, something else here. You can kind of see even, like, some of the layering of the bar here is
Right.
once again kind of pulling a little bit of the inspiration from the framing of, like, the Prominence bar. Like if you remember like how the Prominence
yeah,
bar
I
looked.
see.
Yeah, you can see how
I
like it's
see.
like less decorative though, and it's a bit more Japanese, Scandinavian-y kind of minimal, clean looking.
Mm-hmm.
But using wood slats there, using the back bar.
To give the similar kind of aesthetic as well, but not too pronounced to take away from the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah. And another like very nerdy detail that I'm very proud of is like being able to make the stairwell here feel kind of like unfortunately, I don't have the item slots to like properly completely hide the light tan wood. I would love to be able to dye.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they didn't release that with the whole minimalistic look. They had the perfect opportunity to me, anyways.
It would be so perfect to give us the dye channel on that. But it's something that people don't see a lot. But I really tried my best to create use the stairwell, but then dress it up to like kind of feel belonging of the aesthetic downstairs straight up to the upstairs, like seamlessly. Other than, of course, again, the coloring of the stairs.
Right.
But I'm kind of very proud of like how clean this stairwell looks, all the way like from the moment that you walk in here. The walls and everything are very like kind of, they have that very same architectural element. It feels very cohesive. Right. And then you walk up the stairs and it sort of seamlessly just transitions to the upper area. And even to like getting the floor mats here, like if you actually go and try to recreate this in your own house, you'll realize there's a lot of reasons that this that you need to like play some little tricks of placement here. Yeah. So for example, there's a carpet here that's like hiding the fact that you have to like offset, like the flooring mats can't quite like lay properly and be flush.
So lots of texture glitching,
with the
right?
Stairwell.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that these are actually not in alignment with these other floor mats. So in order to like smooth that transition over, I used like a carpet here to like use that. But it ends up looking really seamless, and I think that that's something that's very nerdy and kind of like like a lot of people may not even notice, but it's all for the immersion. It's all to try to keep the experience just feeling extremely cohesive.
And I just want to say that's what all of Noah's other clubs is all about. It's all about cohesion, immersion, a sense of community, a sense of belonging, and it just all wraps all together very well in all of the builds that he has shown on this episode of Housing Talk. And man, I'm just so happy to finally have had you on the show with Alaura and I, speaking about just your history and just all of our experiences all leading up to this moment in time. So I'm just really happy to have you on finally.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me. This has been awesome. I feel like we're almost already teed up for a part 2, if you want to go.
Oh, yeah. Part 2, part 3, part 4, how many other parts you need to fully flush these builds out? Because like we said earlier in the stream, we could literally take each and every one of Noah's builds and talk about them in length for like hours each build. But we just wanted to give a little general tour of what Noah's all about and what his community is all about. Speaking of community, this is a link to his Beacons page, which has all of Noah's socials. He streams on Twitch. He actually has a DJ show shortly right after this in 20 minutes? Yeah. He's got a DJ show coming up. He's got an X, Blue Sky, YouTube, you name it. He's got a VODs channel. Check him out. Give him some subscribes. Give him some follows. And he's just been an amazing DJ, artist, content creator, housing designer, you name it. He's got it. So super happy to have you on, Noah. And thanks so much again for coming on and speaking with us. So really happy to have you here.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you very much for inviting me on the show. I know, we have known each other for a long time. All both of you. I've known you guys for quite a number of years now. And, you have been so important and such an integral part of my community and my streams, and been on many of the housing tours, just supporting me as I've been building all this out. And I know that's so some of this stuff here is nostalgic for you guys too. You were there when I was building all of this.
We were there. We knew who you were. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I was there before ISO.
Yeah, Alaura was actually there longer. Yeah.
OG.
Yeah.
No, it's so wonderful to finally see you guys now launch your own project here. I know that kind of something in this vein has been a long time coming, and I've just been really happy to see you guys actually really run with this. I didn't know what you were going to do when you kind of first said, I'm going to do some housing streams, and I wasn't sure how serious that was going to be, or what you were planning there. But then now seeing what
we basically fell into it. We were I think at the beginning I was like, we're just doing this for fun, and then all of a sudden we're like, wait a second, we can actually make this something. And I'm just so glad to have all the different experiences. We've had designers from NA, EU, JP. We've already had 2 Eastern designers. Messiah Men was on last week for Mana. So we've just had a whole bunch of different designs and different talents from all over the world, and I'm just so happy that we can all finally feel a bit more like a community without these housing silos in each region. And that's basically been my plan since the start. We just want everyone to feel relaxed, comfortable, at ease, and to be able to share your experiences and housing ideas all in this one little safe little community that we have going on here. So yeah, I really appreciate you showing that out, and thank you again so much for coming on, Noah, and for all the people who came, for all the followers and all the raiders that came. I think we got raided a couple times, right? So yeah, shout out to both DJ Virus and Denmo as well. So yeah. I know you gotta get going, so we should probably end this soon.
Yeah, I apologize. If you guys would like some music, then would love if you guys came and joined and came and party with me. I'm going to be going over to play at a 3-year anniversary party over on my stream. Just a little shout out to, on my stream we throw parties in the spaces that you just saw every single week, especially every Friday early evening to late night. And then every Sunday, we throw parties at the Garden Party space. Like, it's a really chill, like, relaxing Sunday reset kind of vibe. Working on expanding, working on building more spaces. I'm definitely working on myself as an artist, a DJ, a producer. But also just, I've definitely not forgotten about the housing scene and about 14. And even though at this moment of recording, I've taken a little bit of a step back from doing as much housing stuff, it's still something that I deeply, deeply love. And I have no intention of stepping away from entirely. In fact, I would love to get back into it even more. I want to do some more housing streams, maybe work with you guys some more, make some videos and stuff, maybe housing tutorials and these kinds of things. I hope everyone out there, I hope you, if you haven't already, I hope you try 14 Housing and 14 Nightlife. And it's a lot of fun. There's a lot to love. And there's a lot of amazing people like ISO, like Alaura, like a lot of the people who are visiting in this stream, who help make those spaces into something really spectacular, honestly, considering that it is completely all player driven, all this stuff.
Yeah, it's still insane. 14's absolutely been the most, I think, community that I've ever felt in any video game. Like, this is definitely the pinnacle when it comes to it. So yeah, just happy to have all of you guys out here doing the same thing, same division. So yeah. Well, thank you again, Noah, for coming on, and I know you got to rush to your next set, so thanks again, guys. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Saturday, and if you guys do want some music, Noah is playing pretty much in 15 minutes, so if you'd like to go see his DJ set, you can go give him a follow at Noah Saitoshii, and that's where he'll be playing music for the night. So
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
If you guys can chit-chat a little more as you're wrapping up.
I think we might wrap it up and raid on over to you guys. I just kind of want to catch up on this chat here, but if you got to go, Noah, just go, and we'll wrap things up here. So
yes, no worries. Thank you so much. Thank you so much again for having me. Thank you, everybody, for Housing Talk. You guys are awesome. To anyone listening in the future, thanks for listening in. Hopefully I'll see you guys in the stream and or on one of the channels and stuff soon.
Yeah, awesome. See you later, man.
Right.
Have a good set, Noah.
Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
All right, see you later.
Thank you.
Bye, Noah.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, guys. So I want to say
we're rid of him.
Yeah, finally we're rid of him. Now we can talk about the real stuff. No, but guys, I want to give a huge shout out to every single follower who followed this stream. I'm just gonna list you guys off right now if you're all still in here. So the first one we got is Apple Twisted, one of Noah's staff, Mono Sono G, On Monk, both people who have been in Noah's spaces for quite a while in the clubbing scene. Then we've got Pup Dusk, Dr. XQX, and Abaddon Ultima, one of Noah's coordinators in Saitoshii. So tons and tons of people coming out from all different places, from Denmo's stream, Virus's stream. Thank you both so much for those raids, and thank you again, everyone, for coming out. If you would like to see more of this content, there's a link below to our Housing Talk VODs on YouTube. I will be uploading this VOD immediately right after this stream to Twitch, so you can kind of see all the lovely comments and all the different kinds of people that came in and chatted with us. And we actually recently made a Housing Talk Discord. And we did have the boost, so now we have the Housing Talk Flare as well. The little server ID name to your profile picture. And if you'd like to see any of our past VODs or be part of our Housing Talk community, see our past Housing Talk photos, more information, stuff that Alaura and I have done, different housing designs, feel free to click on that community link below, right to our Discord. And yeah, just happy to have everyone here, and I hope to continue to give you guys more and more awesome housing content. We do have a few designers coming up. I'm just going to run off the list of the next 3 that we have currently. Next Sunday, we've got the wonderful Finn Belmorn from Crystal Marlborough coming to join Housing Talk. Then we've got the wonderful Ivona from Europe, another housing streamer and housing content creator, on July the 6th. And then, right before we take a little bit of a break from the designers, we've got the wonderful housing or legendary fisherman Fruity Snacks coming July 12th to talk to us about the Eorzean Aquarium and all of Fruity Snacks' future projects in FF14. So I'm sure all of you guys who have been following FF for a while, you guys all know who Fruity Snacks is, the legendary fisher. And now he's been streaming, actually. So you can go check him out. I believe it's Twitch, Fruity Snack, something along those lines. I don't really have him up right now, but he is starting to stream again. He's been doing weekly streams for the past month or so. But yes, Fruity Snacks will be joining us Saturday, July 12th at 2 p.m. Eastern on Housing Talk, where he will be discussing his Fisher projects. What do you got to say, Alaura? That was a whole spill. Sorry, guys. I had to catch us up here for everyone. So what do you think about the Noah stuff, Alaura? I know you're always a woman of many words.
Wow, what is that supposed to mean? I am. So many words that I just kept shut into my head the entire time. Just kidding. No, Noah's amazing. So I was gonna kind of do memory lane with him a little bit, and yeah, we have some good stuff coming up, so that's exciting. Yeah, and I don't have that many words.
What about you, Kit Kat? I know you were here pretty much since the beginning of all these tours, and yeah, thank you again for everyone else. Brutality are always supporting me. I know you kind of live on the other side of the world, but I appreciate how you always come out when you can. And for all those people who watch our VODs as well, pretty much you can see all of our past designer interviews down below on our VODs channel on YouTube and Twitch, so accessibility on both platforms. And yeah, you're more than welcome to join our community, our recently built community Discord, where you'll see designers from the likes of, and these are all people who have been on the show before, Danny Love, Nakota Sue, another housing content creator now, Tigzu Heltzer, Liara Helperton, Rem, the king of modern, Morgant, Gelatin Panda. Who else we got? I'm missing a lot of people, aren't I, Alaura? I'm drawing a blank right now, but we've got tons of housing designers. Saran Carlu, a longtime legacy legend player. Yeah, we're thinking of bringing many people on. We've got the lovely Ririko from the Chinese and Japanese servers, our very first Eastern designer, who actually came on stream to talk with us. The wonderful Messiah Men we had last week, another very decorated JP designer from Mana who we had last week with us. And last week during that stream, we had tons of people from all over, Nakota, Danny, all of them. Filio Dion, a new and upcoming designer in EU, all joined us for that mega stream last Saturday. So yeah, lots and lots of content. All the VODs are going to be are posted in that Discord. All of our streaming photos that Alaura have took. And basically, yeah, if you guys want to come in and join our community, we would be happy to have all of you to come celebrate with us in this world's communal housing space. Oh, a couple of you guys got to get going, eh?
Yeah,
Kitzel, thank you so much for always coming by and supporting Noah's stuff as well. So, Oh
I
wow.
hear them about dinner. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to dinner soon, but I did promise Noah I'd
Good
right
night
into
is
him,
your-
so
I know. So
we
now
gotta stay
talk
for a bit
like
longer.
another 8
What are we gonna
minutes.
talk about? We could talk about like housing roulette or something. I don't know. What are
we
your
just talk
housing
about-
plans? Anyone building
What-
right now?
Oh, I'm building right now,
Oh,
but I can't talk about it though.
that's a secret. We've got some secret projects coming up on Housing Talk. I think a few of you who were coming from Denmo stream, you guys recently saw, I believe last weekend, our Blue Man group that we did for a building challenge. But we do have more in the works in terms of housing designs, and you will see those quite shortly, sometime in the summer. Our next housing design projects that we will release most likely build live on stream like we have for a few of our other ones like Trainwreck. Blue Man Group was offline. Hacking Tide when we had that for our Easter showing. The little horror-inspired murder kind of Easter event that we did. And yeah, I don't know what we're going to do for the next one, but you guys shall see. It will be a live stream built here right by Alaura and I. So yeah, if you want to go give us a follow, that's my link tree, our link tree right there. That includes our Twitch podcast here, our YouTube VOD channel, our Discord community, and then the separate X spaces that Alaura and I have. Mine at IsoStyles, Alaura at Dan and Alaura, and we both have our separate designer pages. And you can also see a lot of our build visits that we do. Alaura actually posts a lot of, we do build visits together, and we kind of go all around the world and tag other designers, and Alaura writes stories about where we went, so you can check her out to see all of our previous. I think we've been visiting builds for like years now, not together, but now we've been doing them quite often, so most of the recent builds we're pretty much caught up on. Yeah. Wow.
Thanks, Kit Kat.
I'm trying to catch up on what you guys are saying here. We guys are talking about fireworks.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Just gave me one.
I got one.
Okay. Woo! Spring it! Oh my.
Oh no, I don't
gosh,
have
got a
effects
spring
on. That's
head.
why. That's terrible. You guys didn't even see it.
Oh, it's still
Yeah.
on my head. Get
Oh my
some.
god. Just
Oh,
burning.
now it's gone. Man, way to go.
Oh, Teague says I'm like 90% done with the GPO studio. Now, Teague, is that something you'll be posting, or is that something that we can kind of open to visit kind of thing? Is that on Dynamis, or tell us a bit about that? I love if you've even created your own hashtag, which Teague actually did, hashtag Teague. I can't wait to see everyone's G poses when he goes to that studio. Fee saying, I've been thinking about an FC Halloween design, and I think I know what I want to do. Ooh, I can't wait for that. I know it's kind of far away, but I've seen people who spent an entire year on a holiday house, so I can't wait to see that from Fee. Moon Bunny says, 1 follower until you hit your goal? Oh my god. I had no idea. I was like, I pretty much turn all of those metrics off when I
What's our
stream.
goal?
Our goal is 200. I don't know how we even
good
got
one.
this high, this short of time, actually. But yeah, I usually turn off all my metrics because it just kind of helps me stay in the game and not worry about any of that kind of stuff, and just to really focus on the guest here. So thanks for letting me know that, Moon Buddy. Hopefully that means someone will follow soon to get that. But yeah, what's Teague saying here? Yeah, I saw that they visited a bunch over on OCE. Yeah, like we've been pretty much visiting every region that we possibly can. Mostly we visit, we do build stories and visit stories when we see posts on X. And then we kind of plan out like where we want to go, and we try to always make things fair for everyone too. We don't just go to like 7 Nora builds in a row, right? We usually kind of space it out, and we try to go to every region if we can.
We're trying to.
Yeah, we're
now,
trying
yeah.
to. It's really hard though. It's just sometimes people even send us ones to visit, so we're trying to like sift through them and make it like fair for everyone so no one feels left out. And yeah, so for those of you who think we don't like care about your builds, it's not that. We just have like hundreds on the go, so we just kind of like try to like sift through them as much as we can and as evenly as we can too, while also producing this stream content for you guys as well.
And
So
I'm sitting on a couple of photo ones now.
Yeah, oh no, yeah. Alaura's got a whole
busy.
slew of build visits lined up that she's got to post. So yeah, we're still backed
I
up.
need to do that tomorrow, but yeah, I keep wanting to build instead.
Yeah, because Alaura and I, for context, we haven't built in quite a while, like our own personal builds. I know Denmo, if you're still here, Denmo, I remember you tried to go to my Save the Queen build on Materia, but unfortunately at that point I had already demoed it because I had to move on to other projects. But no worries, like that probably won't happen again in the future. I just had to move some characters around. Most of the things I just like to leave up indefinitely if I can, and all my addresses will always be open when I post them. They'll never be locked pretty much. I just want the community to come visit and share their experiences and not have to worry about any of that. Like it's open for everyone to view. So yeah, for future streams, don't worry about that. What's going on here?
Kit Kat made an apartment on her streams.
Oh yeah, Kit Kat is another housing streamer as well here. She's actually with us right now physically. Kit Kat from Genova. She actually streams as well housing, and she does a lot of live building as well. So yeah, go check her out on her Twitch. What else we got here? I kind of don't like this default music, Noah. I'm sorry I had to say it. I understand, though. He uses a club.
I have mine turned off.
Yeah, it's the default goblet residential music.
He would have got my lecture then.
Yeah,
I heard it.
good thing you had it muted, right?
I guess so.
Moon Bunny saying here, I'm working on a Japandi house at the moment. Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Nice, Moon Bunny. I think Rem did a Japandi build a couple times ago, I think at the end of last year, and then I think Noah had some Japandi elements too when he went to visit his FC house earlier in the stream. I'd love to see that, Moon Bunny, seriously. Lots and lots of talented designers in this chat here for the past few hours that we've been streaming, so I really appreciate you guys all coming out to support our fellow designers here, Noah and Alaura and I. Decibel says, I can't wait to see that Moon Bunny, and Teague sounds awesome. Can't wait. Yeah, Teague and Moon Bunny, also other designers who reign from the NA region. Both of them have X's. I don't know. Can you find their X's, Alaura? I can't really find them right now. I'm kind of... It
sounds so funny when you say it like that.
Oh my god, not their X's. Oh my god. You guys know what I mean.
I'm gonna find your X's.
If you know, right? It's not about that. It's we're not about broken hearts here. We're about other kinds of X's, but
I'm just kidding. Sorry.
That's hilarious though. I didn't even realize how that came out.
Every time you say X's, that's what I think. It's just oh my god! Don't tell people about my.
Don't remind you about your trauma, right? Your relationship trauma. I thought this was a housing stream. Why are they talking about relationships now?
I always talk about X's.
Oh my god! What a Debbie Downer. Yeah.
They have some
wow.
issues.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, if you're looking for a professional stream, this ain't it. If you're looking for chaos, this is it. Yeah. So we just like to banter and like to have a good time and just joke around. Yeah. It's just how we flow. So yeah.
If you're looking to get rid of your exes, just talk to Riri about her potions that she has in her one build.
So for context, Ririko, our first Chinese designer who came on, she made a Valentine's build a couple of years ago, which she showed off on our stream. And she just made a comment. She had a potions shop, and she just made a comment that if you guys have exes that you want to get rid of, you're more than welcome to bring them into her household, and they will poof. They'll just be gone. So, oh man, I think Alaura's really influenced her very terribly. So she was very sweet and innocent until Alaura started talking to her. So and now they're besties. Now Alaura and Ririko talk all the time. She still talks to us to this day. And she's practicing her English with us, so really, really fortunate to have these legendary Eastern designers still speak with us regularly. So, let's see.
Yeah, Fee said something about do you guys have exes? And I said not anymore.
Oh, I used to have. I had an ex, I had an ex, and now I have a new ex, I guess. x.com/isostyles and Alaura x.com/Jen and Alaura. So.
What
are we saying?
said not anymore. So now it sounds like we committed like something.
Committed the cardinal sin. Teague saying Housing Talk is really a drama stream. Actually, you're probably right, Teague. Like Teague
Wait,
said
we're
in the
drama?
last stream, yeah, we're all drama, right? Well, I got all of us combined. I mean, Teague literally
Oh,
said,
drama
like,
all the time.
yeah, Teague comes for the housing but
24/7.
stays for the drama. So, I mean,
Comes for the drama and stays for the drama.
yeah, pretty much just renamed Drama Talk, right? Drama Talk,
Just
featuring
drama.
Iso and Alaura. Yeah,
Housing drama.
housing drama. Yeah. But yeah, I hope they don't find us annoying. I always try to have a bit of fun, so I just appreciate you guys all being here, and thank you so much for the raids again. It looks like Noah's starting up now, so I think now is a pretty good time to raid over to him. Like I said,
is he on now?
yeah, he's on now. Noah,
Oh, okay.
basically the guest star on the show, the star of the show.
Right.
He is
You
now
trying to say you don't
doing
wanna
his
talk to
DJ
me
stream.
anymore?
Oh, no, yeah, I don't want to talk to you anymore, Laura. I think 4 hours is enough. I think we got to go and raid into him so he can do the talking again. So, yeah, sorry, I can't read the rest of these comments here, but I am going to raid on over to the wonderful Noah Saitoshii, who was our fabulous stream today, and now we'll be raiding to his DJ stream for the Pride event tonight that he's hosting over there with his other fellow DJs, so... Yeah, I will see you guys all on the flip side. Remember, next week, next Sunday, we will be having the lovely Finn Belmore from Crystal Marlboro showcasing his impressive, impeccable designs. I will see you all in the next one. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Who has
Bye.
who's gonna get the last word in?
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.